Well, hello everybody. Welcome to the show today. This is Comics News Today for the 6th of June. It's a 6622. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh well. But
Doesn't work.
it doesn't, but it's okay. We can imagine.
Actually,
Mhm.
do the math. 662022. 666. There it is. I found it.
Oh, you did.
I
You
found
did.
the
You found
numerology.
it.
Yep.
Satan is alive and well in
Yep.
today.
There he
Tomorrow.
is. It's
I'm
his
not re-
day.
I'm not really surprised, to be honest with you, that the Lord of Lies and Deceit is well and healthy and active, because
Yeah.
that's all we get. Just so you know,
Seems to be, yeah. He
that was
seems to be in charge right now, doesn't
he
he? Holy
does.
shit.
He does. But that's okay. The good thing about it is the most people I think in their normal lives don't really have to deal with it. Well, that's probably a lie. I don't have to deal with it. My life
Mm.
is happy and joyous, and it's a beautiful, gorgeous sunny morning here with a nice cool breeze. My dog is lounging in front of the window. I got a nice hot cup of coffee, and I'm sitting here with friends. I couldn't be happier. And I don't have, when I go out into my world, it's normal.
Normal world.
Yeah, normal.
Normal fishing village world.
Yeah, and even in the cities, it's normal. I mean, they're all masked up, but honestly, it doesn't take much to panic a Japanese, to be honest with you. But yeah, they're just normal people, normal shopping, normal fashion, normal, just normal. And then wonderful. It is wonderful. But I'm going to go over here and I'm going to hit that like button and share, and I hope you guys do the same. It does help us to get people in here. I don't really care about the algorithm because the algorithm really doesn't like about me. Ben yesterday was trying to convince me that Chester, you're imagining it, and I'm like, okay, okay, alrighty then. Yeah,
It's all in your head. It's
it
all in
is.
your
It
head.
is all in
All
my
of it.
head. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Once again, I don't really care. I'm actually happy that it is like that because I don't want to deal with those dumbasses. And I'm very happy with my little group of friends I get over here. It's awesome, dude. But it is a gorgeous day. How was your day? Was it nice and sunny? Was it rainy? Was it
It
raining men? Maybe
literally,
it's
it
June.
was all of that. Well, the
Okay.
men not so much, but the everything else, all at once. So it started off really nice out, low, mid 70s, high 70s, nice and sunny, beautiful day, low humidity, and then the sky quite literally opened
Oh, okay.
as if the Lord Himself had had enough of our nonsense
Yeah.
and just dumped an ocean on us.
Yeah. Well, he does that
Um,
sometimes.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then it stopped and went right back to being sunny. So we got a little bit. We got that. We call that lovely swamp weather because
Yeah.
where I live used to be a swamp.
Oh.
So occasionally we get swamp weather, and it'll just torrentially downpour for a few hours and then just go back to normal.
Ah, I see. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can change the environment, but the environment doesn't care what you changed.
that's right.
Yeah.
It just thinks it's because you can go out in the you go out in the woods, you go out in the parks and things, especially after a big rain, and the swamp's there. Oh, it's there because there's that lovely black sludge that the black swamp was known for
Hmm.
is just all around you. All the
Yeah.
water, all the waterways turn black. It's amazing
Yeah. Well,
to see the black swamp.
some of the coolest, rain memories I have are actually standing in the sun and seeing the rain, literally a sheet of rain coming at you. It is
Yeah.
interesting to see on the ocean, particularly because I used to go fishing with my family when I was a kid, and it's weird and cool at the same time. You know?
Yes. The one of the best ones I ever had when I was a young man, still living with my parents out in their house out in the country. The front yard in the road was pouring. Backyard, sunny.
Yeah, yeah,
Just like two totally different worlds
yeah,
is what I was looking at.
yeah. It is
It
neat.
was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and nature can be interesting. But like, I don't know what today's going to be like because it's still early, but it is a gorgeous day out, dude. But I just thought I'd be in the Discord. I'd be a little happy because I know there's a lot of not happy, and there's a lot of
What up?
unhappy, angry people, and
Yeah.
just ignore that shit and take care of your own and be joyous, man. That's one thing I could say for myself. I mean, aside from all my goofing off that I do, I am a very happy person, dude. I don't have the depressidids.
No, never. You never get down. Never
No,
have a down day where you're just like fuck everything. No,
no, no.
that
And
must be
I'm
nice.
I'm far too cynical and uh, non-sentimental for that type of stuff. That is one. I don't know. Once again, I don't like the word regret because I'm very happy where I am. So regret doesn't apply. But
Yeah.
I really carry no sentimentality at all, and and I don't. That's probably not a great thing. I mean, people can be too sentimental, obviously, but you should have
Hmm.
a little bit. I think the reason for it must be that I've moved so many times in my life, and I never really collect much things because you can't do that and move around, and so I'm always thinning out everything. My wife's the same way. Maybe that's it. I don't know, but that is a little bit sad. But other than that, I'm pretty happy-go-lucky, dude.
Well, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good. Happiness, Chester, is a choice.
Oh yeah. It is. Mhm.
And one of the ways to be happy is what you just described, is to not dig too deep. Not get
Yeah.
yourself too entrenched into whatever it is, even if it's just a place you live
Mhm.
or a memory, because all of those things, well, they go away eventually,
That's true.
and that can make you very sad.
It can.
And I think a lot of people, they get too caught up in the, I think, surprisingly, not surprisingly, I think actually, Yoda's philosophy that he tries to impart onto Anakin Skywalker in the third episode 3 about attachment is probably true. The more attached you are to something, the more dangerous it becomes to you,
Oh, that's true.
because
Yeah.
it can be ripped from you at any moment. You probably don't have full control over this thing, whatever it is, and if you lose it, it's going to devastate you if you're really attached to it,
Yeah, but
which is
see,
basically what he's trying to get at.
yeah, I get what he's getting at, but that wasn't very smart on Yoda's part because he was really kind of hurting the series. Because if you don't
Well,
have
yes.
that, you don't get the hurt hero's journey, and therefore no Luke Skywalker. Therefore, no one ever would have saw Yoda. So what are you doing, Yoda? Little self promotion, huh?
But philosophically,
Yeah, no,
I think
of
he's
course,
pretty much correct.
yeah,
And I think that's probably I think you're right. I think that's one of the main reasons your ability to wipe the slate, if you will,
oh yeah,
probably keeps you from getting too entangled
hmm,
and keeps you from getting dragged down by that entanglement.
yeah. And Dave is correct as well. He says desire is the root to misery. Yeah, I think you
Mm.
misspelled the right root. You want Route. I mean, I'm sorry about my grammar Naziing, but see now
And
that's the thing.
something,
I can't use that word
so,
anymore, Thundero. We used to use
no, they've
grammar
taken it.
Nazi. It's been taken. Damn it.
They've taken it. Yep.
Yeah, man.
Um, Something I've recently become enamored with the idea of is that misery is an addiction.
Oh, it is.
People get real comfortable being miserable, being angry, being full of hatred or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And it can go the other way too. You can be real comfortable being full of all the happy feelings, and you just get hooked on it, and that's not healthy. Addiction is never healthy,
I suppose
ever,
that's
no
true.
matter what it is.
Oh, I know about that. I'm a smoker and I'm a coffee drinker. There's my vices,
Yeah,
and they are addictive, of
yep.
course. Particularly
Mine's
the
food.
tobacco, food. Yeah, no, yeah. No,
Yeah, I love food.
I have to be reminded to eat sometimes.
Yeah,
That
I would like that problem,
yeah.
because my stomach will tell me. He's like, hey, remember food? That was good. Let's get some more of that. It'll do it all day to me if I don't do something. If I don't do something to ignore it, like get really lost in whatever I'm doing, whether it's an activity or a chore or work or whatever, I literally could just sit around and eat all day.
Oh, I see.
I'm
Yeah.
one of these like snacking kind of eaters, right? I could just sit there and just take some pretzels or some chips or some popcorn or whatever, and just all day long, just constantly be putting it in my mouth.
Yeah, no, I'm exactly the opposite. But that's why I have a wife, you see.
Yes.
Well, seriously, because I'm that type that, which helps me in being a researcher, because that's really what I am, right? I'm a researcher, whether it be for
Right.
translation or language or whatever, and everybody has their thing, but that's basically what I am. And the problem is, I can do that for like a lot of hours without blinking. And having the wife who comes in and says and brings you some food and starts talking to you and distracts you so that you'll eat. It's handy.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's handy. But no, when I was a little bit younger, and I was well, it was only at parties and stuff, but was smoking the doobage. back in way
Hmm.
back when I was a kid. I would munchie then. That's true. That's one thing. If you're anorexic or you're murdering yourself by throwing up into toilets, start smoking weed. It'll help you. See, I found the
Oh yeah.
solution. I'm a doctor
Yep.
now.
No, Chester, doctors aren't interested in solutions.
It's true.
That's not how they make their money. What
No,
are you
they
what are
make
you doing?
well, they make their money from pharmaceutical companies paying them off. Yeah.
They got you
Oh,
on the get back,
oh,
as
that's
Chris
loud.
Rock says it.
Hot one. Well, I was more
If you ever, if
making.
you anybody who hasn't seen it, go watch Chris Rock's. And you probably find it on YouTube. Go watch Chris Rock's set on the doctors and how they get you on the get back.
Oh yeah,
It's
Chris.
lucid. It's very lucid and hilarious, of course. But no, I think it's correct. I think a lot of doctors, not hashtag, not all, as Jesse Lee Peterson would say, but a lot of doctors only care about making money,
Sure.
and they only care about getting that kickback
Yeah.
from the bigger
Oh yeah.
institutions, whether it's pharmaceutical companies or the medical industry. They don't really care about your health,
Oh sure.
and we have this naive expectation that doctors are good guys, and there's a lot of them who are bad guys,
That's true.
bad people.
That oath of Hippocrates is just freaking a burden, man.
Yes.
But I was more making a joke about Jill Biden because she calls herself a doctor for her gender things, and I could call myself a doctor too. Thunder. I could do
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
don't. And you know why?
Why? Tell
Because
me.
I'm not a doctor.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
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 A PhD professor, okay, fine. But doctor, nah, no, I'm not that. Yeah, I understand they call it a
It is interesting.
doctorate. I get that, but
Right.
doctors are, medical people, aren't they?
Right. That's a very American thing too, right? Where we a lot of people have that same opinion. They don't like the idea of anybody but a physician being called a doctor.
I kind of agree,
I mostly agree. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think especially when you have people with like doctor, they call themselves doctors because they have a gender studies freaking doc. No, shut the fuck up. You're not a doctor or nothing.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to use proper English with you because you don't deserve it.
Yeah.
You're not a doctor or nothing. Get out of here.
Well, that's my take. I mean, if some of the kids, the university kids call me professor, well, that's fine because I am that at that moment,
Yeah,
right?
true.
But that's fine. That I don't mind that terminology, but I personally never liked the idea of that. Because you're a doctor is a very specific thing, a very necessary, important thing, right? What I
Yep.
do is important to my community, but it's not important in the long run, right? It's not. I'm not saving lives, right?
Right.
Uh,
It's not a life or death situation. It's not a
no,
necessity
yeah. And get
for
over
life.
yourself because anybody could do it
Yes.
if they wanted to. But go try to be a doctor. Try that shit out. Uh-huh.
No, that takes. I mean, there's a lot of misconceptions that being a medical doctor requires great intelligence. It requires intelligence. Don't get me wrong.
It does.
But there's a lot of these doctors. If you talk to them about anything other than being a doctor, they're just stupid. They just have their brain won't do it.
Yeah.
But when it comes to, I know for a fact because I've worked with them. I've had my whole family's worked with them. My sister manages a whole group of them. She's technically their secretary, but I mean, these guys are so bad at running their lives. She's their mom.
Yeah,
She's their professional mom.
Well, that goes back
Um,
to the polymath conversation we were having, right?
Yes, yes. They become so focused on becoming absolute experts in their field, and one of them is a cardiovascular surgeon, and he's literally one of the best in the world. He goes all over the world and gives lectures that she works with, or works for, but he is just incapable of doing things that most normal people do every day without even thinking. And not that he's incapable, he just doesn't have the time to devote the brain power to dealing with it.
No,
so she deals with it.
well, no, I understand in a way. Like I said, I try very hard to be a polymath. That takes a
Yeah.
lot of effort because, with my studies that I had way back in university time, I had to study all the things a doctor studies in their early beginning studies, not the extended stuff, obviously, but anatomy and odontology and all that kind of stuff you have to study, right? Botany and
Sure.
things like that because you have to know what a bone is when you're looking at it, right? But so I get what it is they study at the basic level, and then it goes way beyond that. That's a lot of knowledge to put in your head, dude. It really
Yeah.
is.
And you
Um,
do have a finite amount of knowledge you can have in your brain.
it is
That
true. It's about
people have this
500 years worth.
misconception.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes. And in medical, I mean, there's a lot more than that to learn
yeah.
as far as information. Um,
It's a
but
lot.
yeah,
Yeah,
people do have this misconception that you can just continuously learn forever. No, you have a limit. You have a hard limit, and some people can. I think people have probably hit it, especially in these hyper specialized fields like medicine,
oh yeah,
where they just
sure.
can't remember things because they can't. Their brain's
Too much.
full. They're done.
No, I get it. Now that's what I mean. I understand. I do have to take a
Yeah.
moment and correct Alan Alonso. He needs correcting. That is
Uh
not
oh.
Dr. Cosby. That is Dr. Huxtable, sir.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
Isn't Cosby a doctor too, though?
I don't know. Maybe I don't have
I
no. I
think
don't.
he's a dentist or something. Like he
I,
was. I swear that's true.
people use the term doctor off and on. That's the point I was trying to make.
Well, I was going to ask you. Speaking of that, what do you? How do you? So Benjamin Franklin, right? He was called Doctor Franklin by a lot of people. It was a common thing to, even though he was no doctor and he had no doctorate, from my understanding, in anything.
Mhm.
But people called him that, and basically it was just a sign of, a term of respect and endearment, saying that he's an expert in many things and very renowned.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's a different world than today. I think
True.
it's a very different
True.
world. Today, we do have a very integrated system. We have
Hmm.
healthcare providers, and we have people who are scientists and historians and all that kind of teachers and stuff like that. And I just think it's been back in those days, it was more quaint. And therefore more
Sure.
acceptable to me. Now I understand some people argue, no, if you get a PhD, you're a doctor. And okay, fine, you can argue that. But I personally, a person who does hold some of those things we're talking about, I just think that it needs to be delineated. That's all.
Sure.
I wouldn't. I was in the same vein of not putting doctor in front of something. I would not put Esquire at the end of it,
Mm.
even though I would probably
Yeah.
qualify, right?
Yeah.
So I don't. I think we should. It's a much more complicated and involved world we have today, and we need to have
Hmm.
delineation so that it's easy to identify. Now, me personally, like on my business cards and pretty much everything I do, I don't even drop PhD at the end, right? I don't,
Right.
and because there's no need for it. What do I need it for? It's not what and the only time I need to have any of that accreditation is when I'm at the university. And that's,
Right.
and like I said, I've been doing it a long time, but I'm a nighttime professor. I mean, come on. It's not even that serious, right? It's not, I mean, I'm basically covering the kids who need to make up stuff or the ones who are just diehards, right? That's what I'm
Hmm.
doing. And the only reason they even have me there, I'm not on it. This is the absolute truth. The only reason they have me there is because I know cuneiform and I can teach it. That's it. Now they
Right.
give me some other classes and stuff so they can keep me engaged because they don't always have enough kids to put together a cuneiform class, right? So they have me doing basic anthropology class, anthropology 101, right? And other things like that, for nighttime stuff. So am I an actual really really true to life professor that's going to get tenure? No, I'm not. I'm the nighttime dude. That's what I am. Now, I suppose if I really put some pressure on, they probably would give me a full boat of classes during the day. If I really wanted to do that, but I make a lot more money having my own business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I would consider. See, here's my whole problem with the whole. Like you said, it's been systemized and institutionalized. My whole problem with that is the way I look at it. In order to be an actual expert at something, you have to put in probably at least 10,000 hours into that field
Minimum.
specifically.
Minimum.
Minimum.
Yeah.
And a lot of people in academia have never done that. Maybe they've done so in a research capacity or they've done so in a classroom. But when it comes to like real world applicable skills, one of the reasons why we make doctors go and, doctor people is because you have to be able to do it. The theory's great and it's important, and the science behind it and the academic stuff behind it is fantastic. But the real science, the real work, has to be something you're capable of doing. And it's one of the reasons why I personally despise the current academia, the institution,
Yeah.
because you have a lot of people who have never left a college or a university who are trying to tell you they're experts on anything. I'm sorry, but you're not. You are very well learned. You have a great grasp of the theory, but if you can't go out and do it, you're not an expert on shit.
Yeah.
Simple as that. And like you said, you make more money in business. That's brilliant. That's somebody who, that's what that tells me, is you're somebody who can go out and do it. You can get into the market and compete and do the job and win, at least well enough to make money. A lot of these people in these universities, and I know this for a fact because I've talked to them and tried to work with some of them, can't. They simply cannot compete in an open marketplace. They don't have the facilities, if you will, the faculties, if you will.
Well, then that is a problem because we have stretched ourselves so thin with the number of things we need. How many doctors are needed, and we probably don't have enough. How many lawyers are needed? Well, we probably have too many of those. But I mean, there's many things that we've stretched ourselves so thin, right? And the simple fact of the matter is, the average human is going to be around their cultural average in capability. I mean, but they use IQ to measure that. So okay, fine. But that's reality. The number of people who are above that is very small group. And you're stretching that group very, very thin because some of these things are very technical,
Right.
and require a lot of studying, a lot of comprehension, and a lot of simply retention, right? And but one of the reasons I'm strict on that is I just really think that we should let the people who are really good at things be focused on for the things they're good at. Like for instance, you never hear me call myself an anthropologist. I'm a philologist, right? And that's where I'm an expert in. I'm very good at that. I am licensed, multi-licensed in it, and that's what I am. I'm a philologist. I know nobody here knows what that is. I get it, but that's what I am. Now, I do teach anthropology and history and archaeology at school, at the school, and I do it in a very initiative, type of initiation type of way. And I've been on multiple, archaeological sites in my life. I've done all that kind of stuff. But I'm an amateur in that regard because I don't have that 10,000 hours you were talking about. I don't have that.
Right.
I know it. I know more better than the average person. I could certainly be of assistance, but I'm not that. I'm not an anthropologist in that regard. I'm not an archaeologist. I'm not a historian in that regard. Where I have, I don't know, 50,000 hours in is linguistics.
Right.
And that's so that, I mean, I'm maybe as more strict than the average person would want to be. But I just think we need that distinction because that way, okay, doctor, then we need your help on this, or anthropologist, we need your help, so we can, because there's too many posers, you see.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I've been dealing with that my entire career, dude. The posers, and I'm not the only one that's frustrated by this shit, right? I have friends in the community worldwide that are just frustrated by all the posers and all these half-baked, half-studied people who don't do haven't done their real research and somehow got a degree somehow, right? So it's a problem, and so I and other people are probably more sensitive about it. Therefore, we don't really, with the terminology is important to us. That's all.
Sure. No, I actually agree. I don't disagree at all. I think there's some exceptions, like if you're using it, for me personally, if you're using it in a colloquial, I can't say that frickin' word, but you know what I'm trying to say, manner. Yes. If you're using it in that manner, like I know for a fact a lot of wrestlers, like pro wrestlers, older wrestlers, ones that they consider to be genuine masters at wrestling. Sometimes they'll call them doctor, right? It'll just be, that's what they call them. They call them doctor. Because they consider that, because obviously there's no university teaching how to be a wrestler like that. But it's that kind of thing. It's the same vein as Ben Franklin. Right? They called him doctor, even though he wasn't.
Yeah, no.
Simply just because they recognized his expertise in multiple fields.
Well, he was a genius.
Oh, he was the polymath. Him and Da Vinci were probably the two greatest examples
There
of
were
it.
a lot of them back in those days. These days, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard, man.
Even Jefferson. I mean, Jefferson was an inventor. A lot of people don't realize that. Most people, if you're sitting at a computer, you're sitting in a computer chair, a little swivel joint that most computer chairs have, so you can turn the chair side to side when you're sitting in it.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Jefferson invented that.
Thomas Jefferson, yeah. Well, no,
Yep.
all those founders are polymaths, dude. All of them.
Brilliant people.
That was the thing back in the day for the gentleman, to study broadly in many things, and that's it's cool. Yeah, Dave, it's a good point. In electronics class in high school, we had theory and practice. You damn right you did. Yeah.
That's right.
Brett is being a little spicy. He says, "Gonna guess that
Uh-oh.
it means you're an expert in all things, Uncle Phil." I'm going to assume that's a shot at me.
Yes, you're a philologist.
Even though I just said that I wasn't an expert, did I not delineate that properly? Did you miss my point, Brett?
An expert in all things, Uncle Phil. That's good. That's good.
Thanks.
The sad thing is that person exists, and I would have a conversation with them because Uncle Phil was a great character in old Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I loved me some Uncle Phil. He was fantastic.
Phil was cool. No, Brett, philology means the study of the history of language. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I also, mainly the work that I do with the Sumerian project particularly, is linguistic based. It's not philologically based. Wow, that's hard. I've never said that before.
Is it even a word?
I don't know. I think I just made one. But no. So I do work mainly in linguistically because I'm a translator, right? And there's
where I got this. It's not unique to me. A lot of people, especially in practical fields that I worked in for so long, have a very similar thing. Technicians hate engineers, and engineers hate theorists. Right? We get along. Yeah, but a technician has to fix all the engineer's mistakes, and the engineer has to fix all the theorist's mistakes because there's a difference between theory, there's a difference between implementation, and then there's a difference between practice and actual usage.
Course. That's true. Yeah.
And the where I actually got that from is Star Trek. Remember the episode of Next Generation where Geordi falls in love with the hologram because he's trying to save the engine or something like that, the dilithium engines?
Sure.
One of the arguments him and the holographic representation of the designer have is he says that there's a difference between theory and practice, and in the real world, what you're saying doesn't work. And that always stuck with me. I watched that as a very, very young kid, and it always stuck with me. And then as I found out what my family's business was and what we did, it just screamed at me how true it is. Yeah. You'll see these things, appliances especially nowadays, are so over-engineered, it's stupid, it doesn't make any sense,
Sure.
But they know that they can trick women specifically into buying it. So they do it.
Right, and they can sell parts, and it's all a big
racket,
a big business.
The big racket.
Yeah,
the best appliances, like major appliances, as far as like washers and dryers, in my opinion, are the older ones from probably around the 70s, 80s. Those ones, especially the Whirlpool brand, many of those, if not most of those, were designed by former technicians. Whirlpool had technicians who had been on with them for a very long time, official, accredited technicians by the company, and they brought them in and made them part of their engineering division, and they designed these things, and I still have one in my basement right now. My washer is 35 years, is as old as I am.
Yeah.
And it runs beautifully.
Sure.
The only problem it has is the shells, the outer shell is rusted away over the years. But it still runs beautifully, like parts of it have.
Replace that pretty easily. Analog tends to be better because it just functions.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the world we live in has gotten very, very complicated. That is for sure. And we have a lot of experts these days who claim to be experts.
Yes.
And the thing that really shocked me, you just said, and I've got to call you out on. I do apologize, Darrow, that how dare you suggest science fiction have science in it?
Yes, that crazy idea, right? Where you have two different kinds of scientists, an engineer and a academic scientist. arguing with each other about practical applications of science in science fiction. You can't be having that. That's way too big-brained. Chester, you can't be having big-brained.
Besides, Geordi LaForge is a very sad replacement for Scotty. I mean, Scotty just got it done. More power, yes, Captain. I'm giving you all she can. Scotty just got that shit done, dude. Done. Didn't
he just
have to show
away.
you. He just did it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Fucking Scotty.
That's right. Scotty was the man.
He was.
He was one of my favorite. He's one of my favorite Star Trek characters. I always loved Mr.
Awesome.
Scott.
Dude, Mr. Scott is badass. But it is. Let's see what Brett has to say. He said, "I jumped too fast, but no regrets. Have you ever done a show on fictional languages? By the way, Tolkien, Klingon, Esperanto." Thank you for giving a joke that only I would laugh at, and other languages that were born in a lab rather than through through human use. Well, or should I break the delusion? I guess
Do it.
I will. I hate to tell you this, Brett, but English is a created in a lab language. Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate to do
it's
it.
It's a bastard language. It's an amalgamation. All sorts of languages.
But it was actually literally created to unified language. Because see, there was this dude, and he was a doctor too. And he was actually a student of a very important doctor, because our current scientific method comes out of John Dee and Lord Bacon. I know it's a strange name, but the scientific method we use today are coming out of those guys. And he was frustrated, you see, because he'd walk around London and he'd get his bread and his cheese and whatever other little stalls he had to stop at for his shopping, and everybody spoke a damn different languages, and he was just pissed off that his own damn country didn't have a unified language. And he was sitting there bitching about it with his buddies, because they used to go to this bar and sit down, you see. And all these guys were famous writers of the day, and he wrote too, but that wasn't his main thing. But they're all buddies, and they're sitting chatting about, yeah, that sucks, da 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 da. And they decided, hey, why don't we fix it? How can we fix it? And they went through this big, gigantic, elaborate scheme of saying, deciding and realizing that the best way to spread a new language would be through the theater, because everybody went, right? Everybody, you go to, you pay a pence and you can stand on the ground with all the commoners. Of course, the balconies were more expensive, but everybody went, and they went through this big, huge rigmarole, and they were able to actually create a new language. And they actually had to go to a point of finding an actor named William. And they gave him a real funky last name, but of course it's a little bit of innuendo. You know how those smarties are, because back in those days,
the perverts.
Well, but there was a Renaissance beginning, and this thing we call the Renaissance. And one of the things was just a little bit of information for you. They were doing some action down and dealing with those damn Muslims in Spain. And they were pushing them into the sea. I don't know if you remember all that. But during that time, they had stopped in a city called Toledo as they pushed all these Muslims out. And they found all these libraries. And normally, back in those days, if they found libraries, they just burn them. That's what you do. You burn the libraries. But the general in charge, or the knight, the king, whoever it was, can't remember his name offhand. He was like, yeah, maybe not. And they brought all these Muslim texts back, and they started translating them. And all of a sudden, they were reacquainted with Greek philosophers, Arabic philosophers, all these kind of great philosophers and their ideas, and thus sparked the Renaissance. And during that time, you had a lot of the new applications of how to do science and all those kind of. It's a rediscovery, really. But by all this information and all this stuff, they had it was very, very popular, the old Greek stories. And in there, you had these this brother and sister, one called Athena and the other one called Apollo, and they did various different things. They had warrior aspects. They had all kind of aspects. But one of the biggest things about them was their job was to remove ignorance from the world. Isn't that interesting that a god would have such a responsibility? But what they would do, the two of them, is they would take their war spear and they would strike it into the ground, and they would shake it at ignorance and evil and make it go away. See, they would shake their spear. They would shake it. Shakespeare. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's amazing how much of our world is what's the word? Bullshit. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a lie.
yeah. But those,
History is a lie, and the job of people like Chester is to try and get you to admit that you've been lied to.
yeah,
Because that's the hard part. The hard part isn't finding the truth. But that takes a little bit of work, but that can be done. It's getting everybody else to agree that they've been lied to. That's where the trouble's at.
that is the problem. And lady, it all started at a bar. I had probably more like they would call it a tavern, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, those are the guys who went and put all those plays together, and effectively they did unify the language. Now, of course, English is an amalgam of all kinds of stuff. It's got Gaelic
Yeah.
in there. It's got Latin. Of course, its foundation is German. Which is
Yep.
interesting that these guys didn't choose French as the foundation in it, but it's mainly a
Oh, thank
German.
God.
Well,
Oh,
but it's interesting at the time if you think about it, right?
yeah.
That's only what 500 some years or less than five, what almost 600 years after the Norman invasion. So French is still
That's right.
prominent in the court, right? You got Henry VIII. That dude spoke mainly French, man, right?
Yep.
Of course his daughter Elizabeth, the great Elizabeth I, was a student of John Dee and Bacon. And keep in mind, she was one of the ones that kind of let them do what they were doing because that shit was freaking sacrilege, with heresy, what they were doing, right?
Yep.
In the continent, they would have been arrested, right? But of course, her father got rid of religion in Britain. They're not, the Church of England isn't a real thing. Just so you know, sorry, all Brits. But no, and I think they did a really good job. Now, of course, over time, it has become more pigeony, as all language will. It's evolved in its own way. If you go back in Britain and look at English, it's shocking. And when you go to certain places, you can barely understand them. American English, we have dialects and slangs from all over the place, but because of the news and media, America has a very flat standard English, and that's why the whole world kind of uses American English as a standard for education because
Yep.
it is so standard, right?
Simple.
It's simplified and it's matured a little bit. Now, to be fair, English is only so many hundred years old. It's not very old, and the current form is about what 200 some years old. So
Hmm.
we're probably a good 500 to 1,000 years away from English being finished. To be honest with you,
Right.
because it has so many contradictory rules and situations. Where if you look at an old language, like example here in Japan, this language is done, dude. It's done and it's smooth and
It's
it's clean.
cooked.
It's cooked.
Yeah.
And they still add new words and slangs, of course, but the grammar of it, the function of it is finished. English isn't finished. But yeah, so English is a created language in effect. It's not whole cloth like some of the ones you're talking about, Klingon stuff, but those aren't either. They're taken from other things and adapted, right? Tolkien's languages, which he created many of them, the mighty linguist himself.
Yep.
He's genius at it, but he was basing the languages off of things like Finnish and Swedish and
Yes.
Norwegian and Icelandic. He was in German even. So even that isn't full whole cloth, and neither is Esperanto. But English would be in that category. I apologize.
Oh, we did it. We did it. Good job, Brett. You got him ranting about languages for like half hour now. He's just been ranting about language.
Yeah. Well, someone asked me a question. It's my responsibility to answer it. But I mean, it is interesting story, isn't it? It's kind of
No, it
interesting
is.
how English came to be what it is. I could go on a lot longer if you'd like.
No, thank you.
Okay, fine. Would you like to get into the show?
One thing I will say before that, one thing I will say about Old English, well, English itself, is when you read, because you can still read it, you read even from like the founding of the country, right? The prose and the way they wrote. Man, older English was gorgeous language. It was just beautiful. It has such a flow and a rhythm to it. You know how the Latin languages a lot of people consider very beautiful languages, French, Spanish, Italian, things like this, right? By layman people, often those are considered very beautiful languages.
Right.
But the reason that is because they're smooth. They flow. They have a rhythm to the way they speak. And a lot of English speakers, especially American ones, like you said, we've simplified it so much that we've taken away a lot of that nuance. And you can see it in the way what's the word I'm looking for? Highly credentialed, highly established people write today compared to how they did 150 years ago.
Yeah.
It's a totally different. You would think they were speaking two different languages, but it's the exact same language. It's just one is far more proper and smooth and has a grander grasp of vocabulary, and it's just we were beautiful people once, Chester. That's what my point.
Yeah, no,
we were beautiful people.
And of course it's coming out. The reason it's German based is because it's coming out of what we would call Old English, right?
Yep.
Of course, they use it as base because there was a lot of that going around. But I mean, if you compare the Old English to modern English, you'll see a very big difference. Let me give an example. Let me see if I can remember the beginning of it here. Huet we garden in Girgam, Petersin de Chigan, Piers Gigerfrun, Hur där är Elin Ferrerdan, Uft skill scarcina skeralpen in Epiritum, Mogem nim da Berga, Mergam mun, Emelstipo ofte. Esto eres.
All right. You can have my goat. Damn. All right. Sure.
Well, no, but that's the opening. That's the opening line, of course, of the famous story Beowulf. That's what English used to sound like. Could you understand a word of it? Anybody?
No.
Yeah.
It's definitely cleaner now.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, and there's probably no correcting this, I do think, though, we've lost some of the beauty that was, especially in the 1800s, 1700s, 1800s, especially Americans. Just the generic writing that they did in newspapers, in legal forms, was just beautiful. It's beautiful to read.
Oh yeah,
and it's just not the same anymore.
Yeah, those old guys were really, really knowledgeable and skilled. That's true. But it evolved over time and stuff like that. And Chaucer was certainly part of it. There's a lot of things part of it. What I would really say is Bacon and his crew, what they did was kind of unify and direct it, because it was getting chaotic. And of course, English has got plenty of French in it. It's got some Latin in it. It's got Greek. It's got all those old root languages. Of course, it does. But it was just smoothed out, And Beowulf is badass, Brett. Yeah, it is. And
Beowulf is badass.
Yeah, go read it. It's a really good story, and see if you can read it in the original. It might be a nice little challenge for you. Now,
there's probably a concordance out there that has the original and then a English translation right next to it. I know you can find that with a lot of old stuff. You can even find it with the Bible.
Well, I've read the original. I just quoted it to you. Now my sound, it was okay. It was okay. But I've heard some real masters of Old English, dude. Oh my God, dude. You can. I remember I went to I don't know what you would call it. It was when I was at university, and they had like a Renaissance Day, maybe, I guess. But
sure.
Everybody was doing different things. Some people doing like little madrigals, and there was all kind of stuff going on. Just old stuff in the theater at the school, right? And but one dude got up and just sat down, and another guy was playing on a lute next to him, and they did a really good job. And he just basically told the entire story of Beowulf in the original Old English. It was freaking awesome.
That's awesome.
It was. Yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah. Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of Britain, he can quote in as good as we can do the ancient Greek. I think it was the Iliad he did.
Oh wow!
He can do that from memory.
That's a bear, dude.
That was impressive. I watched him do it, or at least a big chunk of it. Maybe he can't do the whole thing, but he did a huge portion of it in an interview. He just started doing it, like just to an interviewer. I don't know if he was just screwing with him or what. But he just busted it out, and I was like, "Whoa! I know what that is. Whoa! He's still going." It was because that was designed. Now we read it, but it was designed to be like almost a performance, right? Or actually a performance. And when you hear somebody do it with proper enough, grammar and things in the way they speak, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
it's actually beautiful.
those old orators are badass. Those guys, and most of that was
Yep.
oral and kept in memory and passed from one sklod to the next, or one bard to the next, or
Yep.
whatever language you're in. It's impressive. I can't do that. I couldn't do that. I
No.
seriously doubt I could quote. There's no way I could quote the entire Beowulf. I don't. There's no way. No, I couldn't do it. But my God, those guys, their level of intelligence and their comprehension and recollection are just impressive. Hey, Ben,
Yep. We're joined.
we are, and we're talking about comic books of the past, Ben.
Yes.
Yeah, some classic stuff. I read a lot of Chaucer
Chaucer's
back
awesome.
in when I was an English major. That's actually where I got my specialization in, because at the time you could choose to specialize either in Shakespeare or Chaucer, and I'd already read a crap ton of Shakespeare, so I was like, well, let's do Chaucer instead. And Chaucer is very interesting because he had a habit of not spelling the same word the same way, twice in a row or something. But yeah, you can definitely see, between Beowulf and Chaucer, the standardization of English and the additional foreign influences thereof. They always make the joke that English is 5 different languages wearing a trench coat trying to pretend to be one.
Yeah,
right.
That's fair.
That's pretty accurate.
Well, and that's what Bacon and his crew did. They took all that strange language that was just going in weird directions and just kind of unified it in one thing. And they did pretty good. They were very successful at it. I mean, look where we are today. So good on them for that. But it's not one group. I mean, Chaucer was definitely important. There's a lot of people along the way that came to the growth of what English became.
Yeah, totally.
And Chaucer is great. Go read some of that. That's good stuff. It's much more easy for you to understand, I think, than Beowulf.
Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah. But it'll still be a challenge for some people, though, right? Because again, do you ever watch the movie The Witch?
The Eggers one.
Yeah.
He
had them. Yeah, but he had them speak in an older style of English.
Sure.
That a lot of the audiences found very challenging to interpret. Even though they were speaking English, they were speaking proper old English.
Yes.
And they're because he's a history buff, right? And he's really into that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you agree. Most people are stupid, Ben. Oh yeah, thank you.
Well, yeah. Have we ever disagreed on that?
No, we haven't. But anyway.
Listen, Chester, I watched a movie one time about a very good man who was dumb, who wasn't smart, but he knew what love is. And in that movie, it said, "Stupid is as stupid does," and that's true.
That is true.
That's all I'm saying.
But he didn't say it. His mother did.
That's true.
Yeah.
Nope, that's not true. It was the black lady.
My mama says. Was he talking about his black mama or his white mama?
No, it was Bubba's mama. Said that to him. "Stupid is as stupid does, boy. What are you doing?" That's what she said to him.
That is fair. It is true. So let's go ahead and get into our comics today. Brett says, we thinking of that. I love that film and was able to follow it for the most part. Really loved his attention to detail. Northman was great for the same reason. Actually, Northman didn't even try to get into language hardly at all. Some of the names and stuff was, but then again, I don't. And once again, we had this conversation. I don't know why he decided to use the Finnish instead of the Norwegian. But I'm sure he had a reason, though.
Yeah.
But he certainly.
Well, Eggers didn't have as much control over the Northman, right? He didn't have final edit approval. That had to be done by the studio, right? Because the studio, I think, gets a little worried that Eggers is going to go a little too off the reservation sometimes as far as his production goes. Well, I mean, and that's what we like, right? But the problem is, even with the studio interference and stuff, the Northman still kind of bombed, right?
Unfortunately, it's not a bad movie. It's pretty solid. No,
it's not a bad movie. But it's not as much of a what's the word I want to use here that's not insulting. It's not as much of a common audience appeal film
No.
as
Well, and The
oh,
Witch was tighter anyway, right? The Witch was tighter.
like how
And
I danced
Yeah,
that thread there, Thundero.
yeah,
that was
Was really
you
trying to be
were
yeah.
razor's edge there,
Razor's
doing a
Edge.
twirl.
Well,
yeah.
but no, it's fair. I would say it's number three in his films. The Witch was a much tighter film. The
Oh
Lighthouse,
yeah,
I like The Witch
absolutely.
better, but The Lighthouse, the acting in that from Pattinson and Defoe was freaking epic, dude.
Oh
Jesus.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Defoe, I mean, he's a monster, dude.
Well, yeah,
But
he's Defoe.
Right, but
Yeah,
The Lighthouse is probably his most polarizing film, right?
oh
yeah.
man, it's a
As far as
great
his
movie though.
productions go.
Yeah,
Oh, it is absolutely. It's a tour de force, right? But
it is.
again, thinking from a common audience perspective, they're going to come away being like, "What the hell did I just watch?"
Exactly. And you should. That's the point. That,
Right,
Yeah.
cinema experience peoples. Okay.
right.
But no, I understand what you're saying. But I'm still a little bit baffled because of I'm a language dude, right? So I was a little bit baffled. It's called The Northman. It's not called The Norseman. Okay. But it is based upon the story of which is a more of a Swabian story, right? Not a Finnish story. So
Hmm.
I was a little baffled by that, but I don't know whoever made the decision. It doesn't really matter. It only bothers people like me. Who cares? So
I was
anyway,
just baffled by Nicole Kidman being in there because she felt
she,
so out of place
she
compared
did.
to
Why
literally
though?
everyone else.
Why did she feel? Because she did feel out of place, and she's not like she was horrible. What was it about that? Because you're right. Why was
Well,
that though?
I think part of the problem is that a she's representing, because she's his mother, and she plays his mother character with a 20-year like difference between where it starts and the beginning of the film and like towards the third act, right?
Sure.
So, but she doesn't age literally at all, right? In the film, you can't look at her and say, yeah, that looks like that's 20 years difference, because remember, they lived very hard lives back then.
They
There's
did. Yeah.
no way she would age as gracefully as she did over a 20-year span of time, right?
And
And
so you think it's
so,
just simple visuals? Okay. Okay.
yeah, I mean, that, and she's got perfect teeth and her hair looks perfect and everything. It feels very out of place considering, like, I mean, look at like Willem Dafoe and Ethan Hawke and that. Like, they look fairly savage and damn near feral, right?
Yeah.
And then
Mm.
the Nicole Kidman character, and I get it, she's not like a warrior like the others, but like still, she feels very out of place. She feels her general appearance just feels way too modern compared to everyone else.
Maybe that's it. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's I get it. She did feel a little out of place, but it wasn't so much to make me angry about anything.
No, no,
Uh,
no, no.
you know,
It's easily like
yeah.
it didn't completely destroy my suspension of disbelief. I just kind of saw it and I was like, huh, well, that's a
Yeah.
choice, and then moved on.
Well, another thing that bothered me a little. Well, and once again, it's because I know the original story. But the story of Amleth, the mother is in the worst position, really, right? And in the end, he's reunited with his mom. But they took the Hollywood approach in the North, spoilers, and made her the enemy, right? And that's weird because, but they do this kind of stuff a lot, like they did with The Boys. This is a good example, The Boys. Production value, fine. There's nothing wrong with production value on that. But one of the things that Ennis had done when he wrote that series was he gave you some very, very stable centers that you would always come back to, and the characters were very, in a way, one note, but they were done that way in, in order for them to create this pastel, this complete canvas of characters that's telling the story he wants to tell, which is a political story. But in the show, they completely changed many characters. The Butcher, the Homelander. Homelander is nothing like he is in the book. And by do the very, I'm not going to get into each one, but at least we're talking about comic books. But in each example they change, they're actually destroying the story that he's trying to tell. They're taking themselves out of this beautifully crafted story that the man had made, and it's just another example of these modern screenplay writers who think they're smarter than the original innovator. and it's insulting. And I'm glad you said that Eggers didn't have as much control over it, because that is not Amleth in any way, shape, or form beyond name. That story is completely bastardized.
Yeah. Hollywood executives putting their own ego above everything else is not new. It'll probably never stop to some degree. But it's a shame when they do it to guys like Eggers, because he's not the only one it's been done to, that are extraordinarily competent
Oh yeah,
at their craft
yeah,
when they're just allowed to do it. Now, that the problem is, and it's a double-edged sword. Hollywood, they're there to make money. That's a good thing and a bad thing, because a good thing is then you get really awesome shit like the MCU. Well, mostly awesome. And the bad thing is sometimes guys like Eggers, who aren't financially successful, at least not as financially successful as, say, Endgame or anything like that, Michael Bay,
Ooh.
they kind of get shoved off to doing smaller stuff. Now, it looks like Eggers, that's not happening to him. His career's continue. He keeps going up, even if he doesn't make a ton of money each time, which is good, because I want to see more from him. I want to see him.
Clearly talented.
I want to see him do something crazy. And by crazy, I don't just mean like the characters are crazy. I want to see him do some really dark take on some kind of noir or some kind of punk. Like, I think he could do something really awesome.
It would.
Yeah,
It would be cool.
but he needs a budget to pull that off.
He likes the historical stuff, though. He really does. Yeah.
He does. But you could almost do it. Like, there's a lot of really cool ways you could take punk, like a steampunk or a cyberpunk.
Sure.
And I would like to see him do that. And what my fear is because he does like to do historical stuff or stuff with from before times.
He does drop the
we may never
the supernatural in, though. He does do that.
Yes. Yeah. We may never get him at his best. We may never get to see his full potential, because two reasons. One, Hollywood's about making money most of the time, and two, he doesn't make a lot of money. His film, like The Northman, there was $100 million or something budget, something like that, and I did it make that back? If it did, it just barely did, and that's a shame, because that movie should have made more money.
That's a solid flick, especially compared to other stuff we have. Yeah.
It's just a really heavy film too. Like, it's not light compared to some of the other films, R-rated movies that have made a lot of money. Even like The Joker, yeah, it's got heavy themes and there's violence and stuff, but it's still much lighter than this.
Right.
And I think that's what hurts it. I do think that, unfortunately, the stigma of R-rated movies, they don't make as much money, especially heavy ones, is still true, because it's just got a much more niche audience. A lot of times, parents aren't going to take their kids to see, at least I hope not, take their kids to see a movie like that. And two, it only has such a broad appeal. There's only so many people it's going to grab. Now, I went with my wife and Adrian and his wife. We went together, and both the ladies loved it just as much as we did. But
solid movie.
And because you had two very, very fit men running around naked with their penises swinging around, I think that helped. But also, I don't think you're going to see a lot of women go to see that movie on their own, though. Right? It's not that kind of movie. You're not going to see a group of women there, most likely.
Well, it's like,
and I think that's what hurts
it. To a rom-com. I get it.
Yeah. And some rom-coms are still fun. I'm not going to go watch it on my own volition.
That's true. But something on Oracle Delphi, Alan suggests. Yeah, that would be fun. That would be actually creepy and hallucinogenic, actually, because the way those used to be done. But these stories that pass through the ages and survive, they do because they're great stories. The story of Amleth, of course, those guys, when they put that together, and they changed it to Hamlet, right? And changed a lot. They changed a lot. But they were inspired by Amleth greatly, and it is the Amleth story. But these stories survive because they're great. And let me give you an example of one of the things that would have been better in the Northman if they had actually followed the story. During the course of this story of Amleth, he actually ends up with two wives, not one. right? But then,
Hmm.
Hollywood shrinking it down to one woman for time constraints. Okay, that's fine. I have no problem with that whatsoever. But, he didn't actually die fighting his uncle. He died fighting after he killed his uncle's success, took back his throne, but he was fighting another king that he died. But and once again, for time constraints, cutting that die with him dying to his uncle, no problem. I get it, right? But
Hmm.
here's the thing. In this movie, the wife, the mate, goes on and goes another place and succeeds, and her children are born. Yada yada. Okay, fine. But in the original story, he and his wives charge the field together, right? Because understand,
Hmm.
the whole idea of the shield maiden is not what is that people don't understand what a shield maiden is. Shield maiden stood at the back of the army and struck their shields literally to energize the men. They were
That's right.
cheerleaders, is what they were.
They
And a lot
literally
of times,
scream and yell and bang their
exactly.
shields at them.
And a lot
Yeah.
of times they were noble women that would do this, but they weren't actually in
Yep.
the front lines. Now, there were examples of women in the front lines in every culture because when your town's getting attacked, you know what? You fucking defend it, dude. If
Right.
you can. So there are plenty of examples. And the story of Amleth is a really good one because there are actually women fighting in it. Actual, and no one quotes this Thundero. They always go on about
Of course.
shield maidens when you have a perfect example right here and they don't use it. But anyway, he and his wives charge the battlefield and die heroically together. Now, imagine the story being different and from what they did, and they had her charge the field and fight his uncle, and they both die in the process, and killing the uncle too, of course. But imagine the impact that would have had over what we got,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? I
That
mean,
could have been nice.
the original story has been around this long and is remembered because it's good.
Well, it's a love story.
It is a love story, yeah.
And the crazy thing, Chester, with our weird culture we got now, it's a polyamorous love story. You think they'd want to tell that? No,
Is it?
nope. For
Yeah,
some reason,
polyamorous. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we're supposed to be talking about comic books. I'm sure there's a Hamlet comic
Or
book
somehow
out
we're
there.
we are though.
I
We're
know
talking
we
about
are.
ancient comic
We are.
books.
We are.
Ancient comic
Ben's
books.
getting bored with us though, so we
Yeah,
need to
he
move
is.
along. We do. Yeah, we don't. We wait. We need to feed the Ben. Okay. Well, I'm going to do my spotlight as I normally do, and then we're going to lead into something else. And I know you guys are going to love it. You're going to love it. All right. So let me do that. All righty. Bring this back up, and then here we go. All right. Now, actually, that's the wrong one. Let me fix that real quick. I brought up the wrong one. Here we go. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry about that. Alrighty, boomer time. All right. So let me go over to this now. Today, I'm going to talk about a very specific comic book character that most of you probably don't know anything about, but I'm doing it for a very specific purpose. So bear with me. I'm going to talk about here, and this picture is actually a more modern reincarnation of the character because it was picked up by Dynamite. But Painkiller Jane. Now,
Nice.
yeah, now Painkiller Jane is created by Palmiotti and Joe Quesada. Palmiotti and Casada have been in comic books since the late '80s, right? Similar to Ethan Van Sciver, I'd say, about very very similar time. Mike S. Miller and yeah, Billy Tucci and all those kind of guys are in that crew, right? Art Bear is, he's a little bit deeper back. But anyway, basically you had Joe Quesada was working over like at DC and early, and he was doing coloring for some various things, and mainly Spelljammers. He also started doing penciling on other things like the Ray, and I'll get to those things in a minute. But Painkiller Jane itself was created initially under a little bit of a break-off comic that those two comic book company those went and did called Event Comics. Now I know none of you know Event Comics because it's dead, and for fair reason. Because when I say Palamati for writing, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I know his stuff. Well, back in these days, they suck balls. It was not good writing, dude. I remember reading
Yeah.
22 Brides, where Painkiller Jane came out of. It wasn't good, dude. It was very sophomoric, very childish. And for a teenager, maybe it was better, but I was a little older, right? I wasn't a teenager, and it was pretty bad writing. Casada and his art and stuff was way better, right? Because if you look at it, the art's not bad. Coming out of the 22 Brides, which is kind of like an anthology thing, you had Painkiller Jane come out of that. And this is one of their creations. Now, Jane here has had an interesting little history with comic books because, like I said, it was an okay comic book. It had enough success to get Casada and Palmiato enough juice to get in and really started becoming part of the company. Of course, Casada eventually became the boss over at Marvel, right, or at least the manager level. But So it had enough push, but it was okay. And Painkiller Jane is an interesting little character. She was a cop, and she was doing her job. And the original story is a little bit different. The rework they did with Icon, I think, did the reworking, and then Dynamite, it retouched a little bit more. But she was on a stakeout, and her partner, her boyfriend was another cop, had been shot, and she ran off, left her on the stakeout by herself. Of course, the bad guys, the Faluni, I think was the name of the mafia group, were paying attention. They saw, they went and kidnapped her, beat her up, and gave her a bunch of drugs, put her in a coma for a year. She was watched over by a guy who creepily fell in love with her during that time, even though she's in a coma. Okay, awkward. But anyway, when she came out, she found that she had the ability to heal very quickly, a la Wolverine, right? High regeneration rate. But that's it. She wasn't super strong or anything like that. She just could come back from anything. And then she went on and became a vigilante. Okay, story done, right? And it was all right. It was all right. I think some people really, really loved Painkiller Jane, and it had enough push that it not only did it get itself a movie, it also got itself a TV series. Now, I'm wondering if either one of you guys ever saw Painkiller Jane, the movie or the series. It only had one season, but
I've heard of it. I don't think I ever
I
saw it.
think I saw both. If I remember, one was in 2007, and was the other one in 2005?
something like that. It's back in that era. Yeah, yeah, it's back in
Yeah,
that
yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. I think I saw both, but it was an age ago.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the concept's pretty good. I think it's all right. And like I said, I read the comics. I don't think I read them all, but I read some of them. 22 Bride was a bit insufferable. Painkiller Jane was a little bit better, but those guys just had not honed their abilities yet, right? And it wasn't the greatest comic book in my opinion. But hey, enough people did like it that it got some legs after that, so fine. So why am I talking about a comic book that I don't even like? Well, because today, depending on your opinion, is a joyous day. And that joy is going to come out of something very interesting here. So let me go ahead and bring this back up, and let me shift it here real quick. And let me go back over what I originally was doing. Here we go. All righty. There we go. Here we are. All right, sweet. And
Good old Spelljammer.
good old Spelljammer. Now, I put this up here because once again this was Joe Quesada was inker not an inker, a colorist on Spelljammer. I love Spelljammer. Now Ben, you and I are D&D guys. Did you read the old Spelljammer book?
yeah, not religiously, but I picked up one or two here and there within my irregular series and such. And with Spelljammer was always a lot of fun, just because there was such a different take on like the D&D
Yeah,
universe,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so it introduced a lot of like really fun, interesting concepts that I mean, I think they're bringing it back, aren't they? I thought like Wizards of the Coast is doing a new Spelljammer thing.
They are, and it's and who knows, we might get a comic follow up with it too. I mean, they've done it with other stuff. That
Yeah.
would be nice. The only real we don't really know what's going to happen with it. I did watch the trailer. It looks fun. There is a little bit of a problem, the fact that WotC didn't bother to contact the original creators of Spelljammer. They're bringing Dragonlance back. They didn't bother to call Margaret Weiss at all. You would think you'd want them on board. I mean, especially Margaret. I mean, Jesus, she's a freaking legend, dude, right? But they didn't. So there's a bit of controversy around that. That doesn't mean it won't be good. but there is a little bit of this snubbing that they did. So we'll see how it turns out. I hope it's good though, because I love me some Spelljammer, dude. Love it. And I love this comic book. Now, Thunder, you're aware of it and you read it as well. So what did you think of it?
I don't remember. I'll be completely honest with you. It was a while ago. I had there was a time when I was much more actively reading comics where I had like boxes of just books that I would read once or twice and then never really touch again.
Mhm.
And I'm pretty sure Spelljammers was one of them. There was I had like a few in there, like a few in this box. One of the boxes I got from my grandmother. She just I have no idea where she got it from, but she got this, I mean, giant box full of there was 1,000 comic books in it. It was humongous.
Yeah.
And it had a bunch of Spelljammers in there. I remember it because I think I even had one of these, the one with the and the left side there from at the second one in the middle there. I'm pretty sure I had one of those. And yeah, I don't really remember it, but I remember I noticed it as soon as you had it up earlier. I said, "Oh yeah, I remember it, but I don't remember it." If that makes sense, right? Because I went through so many comics at the time that it's like, and a lot of it was smaller scale, more indie stuff as well too. So there's a lot of old memories in there that I bet if I picked a book up and started reading it, it would come flooding back. But just seeing the covers, no, I don't have any. It's not in there.
Well, I get that. I understand that, but I really enjoyed it. As a matter of fact, there was other comic like the Forgotten Realms one, which they really should have just called Baldur's Gate, to be honest with you. But I just out of all the attempts by TSR and then of course later with WotC to put out comic books, I think the most successful was Spelljammers, and I think Ben hit it on the head because it's different. It is different. It's D&D in space, man. Right? And it was just really cool. But anyway, he was just a colorist on this. This was his Casada's early days, and then of course he went on and he was actually more in charge of inking, penciling. Sorry, with the Ray. Do you guys remember the Ray?
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't mind that character, and I don't know why it doesn't survive till today. I saw a redesign on his costume, and I didn't like. And I don't know why. I thought it was a fun little comic book dude, and this was it had certainly Egyptian touches to it, but this was like a Latino dude or something, right? Pretty sure he was Latino.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you have a diverse character, which is comics have always had that anyway. But you know what I mean. So you would think it would be a character that would have survived, and I thought the books were pretty good, but it's nowhere, dude. I don't know why. I thought it was a good book.
There's a lot of them like that you would think, especially nowadays with these sensibilities, that they're really looking for those types of characters.
Yeah.
They're just not. They're not touching them, and you're like, huh? Why not?
Well,
go do it.
When it was created, there was none of that thinking. They just made a character who happened to be Latino. I mean, it wasn't the point. But I was going on what you just said with their current sensibilities. But I liked the Ray, and it just disappeared. And I think it's unfortunate. I did like the character, but he was actually doing all the pencils for Casada. Then of course you have this run, which is probably what really got him his fame. I think was Sword of Azrael. And I don't know if people like this storyline or not. I know it is quite popular. I thought it was okay. But the art.
I think Azrael is a polarizing character. I think people either like him or they just despise the very notion of him. Because I've talked to more than a couple Batman fans who just absolutely hate the character. Like when he shows up in the video games and stuff, they're furious with it.
I think it's beyond just like disliking him, though. Thank you, Billy. In that, during the time that he showed up, right, where it was Nightfall, everyone was like, when Azrael shows up, they're asking, like, where did this asshole come from, and why didn't, like, Batman hand the reins to somebody else, like, more within the Bat family, right? And it was just it was part of the awkwardness of the Iron Age, where everyone was trying to be a lot more edgy, emo, more in line with like Wolverine and Punisher, because that's in Cable and stuff like that, because that's what was popular at the time.
Sure.
And so Azrael just like reeked of an over attempt to appeal to that portion of the fan base, and people were kind of pissed that he just kind of came out from nowhere, right? That he wasn't really well interwoven into the plot. right?
Hmm.
And that's I think why a lot of the fan base like rejected him because it was you could smell sort of the
Yeah,
corporatist,
yeah.
creation of the character.
Yeah, I get that. I like I said, it was all right for me. I didn't really have a negative reaction to it, but you're right. You're right. That's exactly what it was. But I think this is also important because it marks a moment. Keep in mind, all the other stuff was, especially the event comics and stuff like that, which, like I said, that went got picked up by Icon and then later with Dynamite. So it's the story continues beyond them. But Paul Miotti was the one doing the writing, right? But here
Hmm.
we get to a point where he's doing the penciling on this stuff, Joe Quesada. But you can also see he's actually influencing the story too, right? And as time went by, he became more and more influential in the storyline that was going on, whether he was writing it or not. Right, and that's what leads us into the career of Joe Quesada, because a lot of the things where he actually was involved in the decision making and what the story was going to do pissed people off, dude. Joe Quesada
Mm.
is a master of pissing people off. And it's weird because if you look at his penciling, of course, we have inkers and colors and stuff as well. He's a pretty good artist, dude. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think he is a really he's very solid. He's not a
yeah,
bad artist at all.
yeah, I like it.
Um,
But his career, even though it took off, and like I said, he ended up becoming a big boss over at Marvel. But he just has this career of pissing people off, and let's get into that because
uh-oh.
here is some news.
Marvel Chief Executive Officer and Spider-Man One More Day creator
Oof.
Joe Quesada announces departure from company. Joe, for one more day alone, good riddance.
Yes.
Get out of here.
Yes. And I just want to put a little bit more light. That's why I went through all of that to get to here, because Joe Quesada has pissed a lot of people off. He has hot takes and bad takes. I get all of that. I understand that. He's also seen to be a bit of a corporate guy. Therefore, he'll carry the corporate line, good or bad, right? And I don't know that that's a bad thing per se, but I'm also curious why he's departing. I'm going to read his letter of departure, but I don't know why he was asked to leave because I don't think this was his decision. He was kicked out, but I don't know why because he's been there what
Mm-hmm.
2 decades with Marvel, particularly as a uh, chief
While.
officer of some kind, right? And because they, but anyway, let me read his. I just want to give a little bit of a little bit of early stuff because this dude is a real deal. He is an actual comic book dude. He's an actual artist. I know everyone here hates him to death. I am sure, but I just want to put a little balance to it. You know what I mean? But let's go
Yeah.
ahead and get into what the meat of this story is. So let me. They go through it here, but I'll just read it straight out of his thing. I think it's better just to do that. So here we go. Hi there, true believers. Got a sec? I have something I'd like to share with you. When I first jumped into the world of comics, my goal was to create my own characters, stories, and universes. Then one day, Marvel made me an offer that changed the trajectory of my life. But lately, I found myself thinking more and more of my favorite stands from T.S. Eliot's Little Gidding. We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring. We will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. Okay, so he's laying out that it's his choice. He wants to go do his own creative stuff. That maybe. I have a feeling there's more going on. But yeah,
Mm.
the chat is already saying hallelujah. Alrighty then. Uh, that's why it's both exciting and bittersweet that after discussing with both my family and my family at Marvel, after 2+ decades, has it really been that long? The time has come for me to move on. As you can imagine, my love for the company, its characters, and all my coworkers runs deep. But I have an exciting new chapter that's about to begin, so the time feels right. In August of 2000, Marvel took a shot on me, entrusting me with the keys of the universe, and has been my biggest supporter ever since. During that time, I've had the great fortune to stand on the shoulders of giants, none broader than those of my predecessors and mentors, the best editorial team in the business, my co working family, and the most talented creators on earth who put their trust in me, especially in the early days when it looked like I was selling tickets on the Titanic. Whew. Boy, you just kiss those asses, dude. Thank you all for sharing your talents and pouring your heart and soul into every project. It's been an honor working with you, and I hope we get to do it all again. Now, this doesn't mean you're getting rid of me that easily. Don't you threaten me, bitch. Okay. I won't ever be too. I won't ever be too far away. Cheering my Marvel family on and contributing from time to time, including something I'm thrilled about for later this year. Ooh, okay. Spoilers. I also have severely, insanely cool projects of my own that you'll be hearing about in the coming months, including a short indie film I'm writing and directing. Stay tuned. It's been one hell of a ride, and I'm proud to have a part of the Marvel's rags to riches story and said it. Dude, you had nothing to do with that. And the
Yeah.
dedication
Wait,
that
what?
accomplished the job I was hired to do 20 years ago. Seriously, where did the time go? But none of this happens without one very important person, you. Well, at least he understands that. My family and I want to
Yeah.
thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Without your love and support, we wouldn't have been able to go on this crazy adventure. And I hope you join us on our next one. I promise you, it's going to be amazing. See you in the funny books.
I like how you read that with a little bit of affectation there.
Thank you.
But you take it, was there a little, maybe just a little bit of a shot, just one little jab you were taking there with that, because
I think I took
that was
several.
very precise.
But all right, so without my affectations aside, all right, he's excited about doing some projects. He really wants people to pay attention, so he don't fall on his ass. I get all that. Saying good things so that in the future you might be able to actually do some work with Marvel. Whatever. It's pretty standard, I think, that we get from
Yeah.
this situation. I am curious why he's being let go because I know he's saying he's doing it of his own volition, but I don't believe it for a second. That's an old dude, right? He's older than
Hmm.
me, and there's no way he's going to put himself out to grass that early in his life. There's no way. No way. What is he, near 60, right? There's no way
Hmm.
he's going to put himself out like that. You don't do that. You've lived long enough to know that you don't do that, right? So he's been pushed out for some reason. I don't know why. Because I have no inclination as to why. There's nothing in this
maybe
article.
maybe somebody at Disney also hated One More Day, and they're like, you know what? I finally have the stroke. Joe, come here. Get in here, Joe.
Right. I don't know. But I mean, it's fine. Whatever. It's a lot of ass kissing, and it's simply because he wants to. Hopefully, he don't want to burn a bridge, and I get that. And he
Yeah.
also is really pushing to. He's going to be doing his own projects. Please come and support me. Okay, fine. All right. So any from this little departure statement, do we have any further comments before I go into why Joe Quesada is so hated?
I do find it interesting. Now, he didn't specifically specify how these projects are being funded or what his plans are for funding any of these projects he's talking about, or even if they'll ever come to fruition. We don't know.
Right.
But I do find that interesting because the only thing, unless he plans on going to another company, the only thing I can figure is he plans on crowdfunding them.
Yeah.
And that's interesting because they don't get much bigger name in the industry than him.
No.
So
yeah,
that's like one of those things. If that's what happens, that should be a serious bell ringing for these companies that they need to really get into this crowd, either fix their model or get into crowdfunding tomorrow. Full stop.
And we know this is a certainly way to go, particularly with Kickstarter. We've seen a lot of people come out, RT Bear, and others that have come out and been successful in crowdfunding, and I think we're going to see more and more. However, we do have a story later, which is connecting to this, in the fact that those who seem to go and want a crowdfund are being called out for doing so. Because I don't know how this is related. I don't. But for some reason, if you crowdfund a book, you are automatically connected to Comicsgate. Huh?
What?
What? But that's what the take is. That's the take.
Oh, no.
And the thing is, because technically we are connected to Comicsgate here as well. I mean, technically.
Yeah.
We were certainly involved in it when from the beginning, and we definitely were like, well, fuck it then. We'll do it ourselves. This was the attitude. And we just all we were doing is, well, we just stopped kind of knocking on the comics and just like, all right, fine, we'll just go support these indie creators. And that's how it started, right? And then what was
Hmm.
that psychotic little girl that created the term that coined the term Comicsgate? What was her name?
Uh, I can't
She
remember.
was
I think
she was insane.
she's the one who popularized it, but I think the person who coined it originally was John Delarose. But she
Mm,
took it from his article or something and turned it into a big
I don't think
rigmarole.
that's true. I actually think she got it from Heather Antos.
Yeah, maybe. It's
Yeah.
possible. I can't
But
remember. I know who you're talking about, but I can't remember her name. But she still floats around some of these, this area, not our area, but the other parts of the YouTube space that's similar.
well, that girl
And
is off her damn rocker. So go find the
yeah,
deep dark depths, and that's where you'll find that girl.
yes,
Shit, dude. But anyway, and of course, Comicsgate. With any kind of movement, you're going to have some very toxic people
yes.
that are involved. We've certainly seen our part over here, but there's also lots of great people. And I'm not going to sit here and deny that we're not tangentially connected to Comicsgate because we are.
Hmm.
But we're the original thought, and there's many of us, Angleteen and a whole bunch of guys, that the original idea that, hey, you know what, we're not really getting what we want out of Marvel and DC and Image and stuff like that. And fair enough, it's their product; they can do whatever they want with it, right? We're not
Sure.
getting what we want, so hey, let's go support these indie guys and let's see if we can't get some more stuff we want. And that was it. That was it. That was the completeness of the conversation for us and many,
Hmm.
many others. Now we do know that, like I said, there are some toxic people. There are people in the community early on who did some stupid ass shit. A certain cyber frog, but and there are others infighting, just dumbass shit. Because all it was
Childish shit.
childish, but all it was about supporting indie comic books. That's it. And
Yeah.
we have kept that track the whole time. Matter of fact, on this channel, every Thursday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, come watch our Drone Recorder Ultimate Edition because more often than not, we're going to be presenting an indie comic book creator. And you know what we don't
Yep.
talk about? Politics.
Not
Not at
typically.
all. We just talk about their comic book and goof off and have some fun. Now, here on this show, and especially specifically Night Owls, will talk politics, sure. But when it comes to the comic book, no, because that's not the point. We're there to promote their book and enjoy their book. But I mean, all that is set aside because um, he now is falling into that. And people like Heather Antos and others are going to point out and call him a comic skater when he starts crowdfunding simply because he's crowdfunding. I don't know how that's true.
Which is strange because like Todd McFarlane did that. I don't think any of that happened to him, right? He just crowdfunded a whole bunch of stuff last year, made all kinds of money because he's Todd
Yeah,
McFarlane.
but Todd doesn't give a
And
shit what they think, dude.
well, that, but also I didn't see any of that noise around him. But
Oh no.
I guarantee you're correct. There's
Yeah.
going to be people out there who are going to start shitting on Casada
Right.
for using crowdfunding websites if he uses those. I'm assuming that's what he's going to do. I have,
I'm
like you said,
sure.
it doesn't say here,
I'm
but I
sure.
don't know what else would he be doing. Right?
Right.
That's what makes
But
sense. So
But the thing is, the reason why I did all that lead up with Comicsgate is that, and that's true, Elrod. A lot of those big time, big name people that call themselves Comicsgate made a lot of money, and they didn't deliver their shit, right?
yeah,
but
oh
these
yeah,
but these indie
oh yeah,
guys, but these indie guys we've had on here did,
yeah.
right? They're not making
I think
much money at
just
all.
about all of them
That's
that we
right.
featured
Came through.
did.
And that's my
Yeah,
point. We've had way more indie comic book people on here that aren't comic skated at all,
that's right.
right? We've had tons and tons of guys. And that's the point I'm trying to make. We've been doing this for years, supporting the indie comic book world. And I would say 95 or 90% of them have no affiliation with Comicsgate at all. But yet, if
Yeah.
you crowdfund for some reason today, you are automatically Comicsgate. And I don't get it, but that's what's going to happen to you, brother. And I'm going to give you a demonstration of that a little bit later. But let's go ahead. But before I go on and start looking at why there's so much angst against Casada, Ben, do you have any opinion on what has been said so far?
I'm trying to. What was the controversy about Spider-Man One More Day? I'm not familiar with that one. It's been
Well,
a while since I've read Spider-Man.
I'm going to cover it here in a second, but it was because he
Okay,
broke up
gotcha.
the marriage of Peter and Mary Jane.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and
Okay.
not even so much that. Yeah, that's stupid. And
Killed the
it's the
baby
way
too.
he did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way he did it is just so. What the fuck? Like it's
And
just so dumb.
he did put out a statement defending himself, which we'll look at here in a moment. Anything else, Ben?
As far as Comments Gates thing goes, and I followed that very briefly, and there were a lot of similar tones to like Gamergate, and part of the problem is that if you go to the original intention of what was happening, like if you go back to Gamergate, it
Yep.
was a question about the relationship between the journalists who report on games and give the reviews and the game production companies themselves, and I think that's a very valid question
It
that was
is.
originally brought up, but it kind of devolved due to the lowest common denominator
On all
intelligence
sides.
wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the internet trolls got really overly trolling and really got like
No.
verbally abusive towards specifically like female journalists and female game
Yeah, but
creators.
they did the
And
same
that
thing,
and,
Ben. Don't separate it. It was assholes all around.
hold on.
All around.
I know,
Lots of assholes.
well, yeah, and so that's when the whole thing just devolves and gains the negative reputation that it has, and Comic Gate, followed many of the same tones, right? That I think originally there was a valid, point being made, but then, as you guys have already pointed out, right, it devolved like at all sides, right, to where like nobody came out clean from the whole thing.
No, especially Mark Wade and I would say Ethan, although I know some people here are big supporters of Ethan, and I do like Ethan in and of itself. He's a charming fellow, and
Yeah,
like I said, he is one of the greatest artists of his generation. That's just plain and
he
simply
is.
true. But he's also a shithead. He's a dumbass.
Yes, he's a
He
troll.
he is a
Yeah,
troll, and
yeah,
and in a way that only helps him. And that defeated the purpose of Comicsgate. Like I said, that wasn't a term we embraced from the beginning. We all kind of balked at it when they started calling us that, but it was like whatever, because we didn't want to be affiliated with that. But we are. But our intention, like I already said, was to support indie comic. That was really it. And he was in, and what pisses me off the most about that is he was in a position to take the reins and actually make something happen. And he did,
yeah,
but only for himself, only for himself. And
yeah.
it's just I expected a little bit more magnanimity from him.
Professionalism.
Maybe I shouldn't have expected anything.
Yeah,
But whatever. So and you're right with the Gamergate thing, Ben, because I was there day one. I remember when that happened. People were upset because there was this journalist guy, and he was basically sleeping with that girl, having sex with that girl who was cheating on her boyfriend, by the way. At the same time, that was another level. What was that girl's name? I can't remember. Either one
Oh,
of
I
them.
don't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I can't remember,
but
right?
anyway,
But
she had a
the
shit-ass
whole
name.
thing, yeah, but the whole thing devolved,
Of
right?
course it did. It
And
did. Yeah.
yeah,
It
yeah,
did.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
so and I appreciate your love of Ethan and all that stuff, right? But the reality is that if you're going to engage in such derisive commentary and
Yep.
such sparked stuff, you got to get your shit together, and if you don't, you're going to be called a shithead,
I do
right?
believe I just
And
called him a shithead.
no, that's what I'm saying. I'm fully supporting of you, right? I'm not calling you out for anything. I think you're 1,000% correct, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean and that's just the kind of the unfortunate thing about these sparked incidents, right? So
Well, because
yeah,
they always start with good intention. Well, 90% of the time they start with good intention. And Gamergate, Comicsgate started with good intention. So, Gamergate was because information came out about Zoe Quinn and that reporter, and he gave her a glowing review, even though it was an absolute shit game, because she sucked his dick. I mean, that's it. And everyone was like, "Hey,
yeah,
that we want. What are you doing? We want some. We can't. We need to be able to trust you." on if a game is good or not. That was the question, and then a lot of stuff coming out with that leak of that I don't think it was Discord, but that meeting they had where everyone was told, all the journals say, you get in line, you say what you're supposed to say, or you're going to be kicked out. That pissed people off. So it was legitimate anger, and then of course it did go on with, but then again, Brianna Wu, I remember, was another really noisy. She's still noisy. She was nasty, Ben. The shit she was saying was nasty and mean. And yeah, people started hitting
Right.
back on her and saying horrible stuff. They both were. But don't take away the agency of Brianna Wu, because that's a nasty human being, dude. And the people that were
Did I take away?
no, I know.
Did I take away the agency?
No, you didn't. But I'm
Yeah.
just don't. You should. What are you doing? Bring up Gamergate? God damn it! All right.
Well, it's like
It
the
is
direct
perfectly
corollary
related.
of
You're right.
comics.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm sorry. But it all matters. and today we're going to get a little deeper into it. But I do want to go here and take a look at why does Quesada specifically have a lot of angst? Like Gail Simone comes out and says some radical stuff here and there that pisses people off, but she's really good at what she does. Kelly Sue DeConnick, another one. She says she just really nasty thing, just does, fuck off, basically what she says. But she's also very talented at what she does. And I know a lot of you are like, fuck them. But dude, you got to give credit where credit is due. Just because you don't like someone doesn't mean they're not good at what they do. Yeah. Okay. And Quesada is clearly good at what he does, but boy, did he piss the world off. And let's let's take a look at it here. And we covered all this already, where he started as colorist and got into penciling and stuff like that. Azrael, of course, with Dennis O'Neil. And then he partnered up with Laurie Braddock and Palamani, of course, to create Event Comics, which I talked about, which resulted in Painkiller Jane and the success of it. And then he also went over to Marvel to do stuff that over with Marvel as well. Quesada and Palamani took control over Black Panther, Daredevil, Punisher, and the Inhumans. And some of those things weren't bad, their partnership, because those guys were together quite a while, comic book guys. Some of it wasn't bad, and I see why they said, "Oh, this is an up and coming dude, and we're going to give him opportunity." I get it. And get back to your happy place, lady says. Okay, fine. But and he also was involved with Marvel Knight stuff, which I enjoy quite a bit. A lot of that, right? But then the bankruptcy hit in '96, right? And we know the situation Marvel was in, and they were having hard times and they were making poor decisions, and it hasn't really improved, but they got a sugar daddy, so it's all good. And then up in 2000, Bill Jemas abruptly found himself in the position of Marvel head, seeking to restore the publisher to its former glory. Near immediately after being promoted to the position, Jemas fired then editor-in-chief Bob Harris and replaced him with Quesada. Okay, so thus it begins, taking a gamble that the creator's previous successes in reviewing the profiles of the various Marvel Knight characters could be replicated across Marvel's entire library. And once again, I understand why they did it. I get it, right? And he did just that. Later the year, he established a highly lauded Ultimate Marvel imprint. Now, Ultimates, or the Ultimate Marvel, and the Ultimates, of course, were part of that. I don't know. Let me get a take here from you guys, and let me try to pay attention in the chat as well. What did you guys think of the Ultimate Marvel? Wow.
I don't know. I thought it told some interesting stories. It's you're always going to have trouble because people are going to compare it to the OG, right? And we've seen even on this show, people get very sensitive if you start messing with the OG in any form or fashion. But I always appreciate it because some of these characters have been around for 50, 60, 70, 80 years, maybe, depending on which character you're talking about. And I feel like we just sometimes start running out of story to tell in that regards. And so I don't know. I like it when we shake things up a little bit, right?
Sure.
So I do think that there were some interesting, ultimate stories out there and interesting new takes on characters as a result.
I agree 100%. And it was in its own separate imprint, right? So you
Right, and I
ain't,
think that's
you're
what
not
makes it a lot
messing
more
with
palatable, right?
right. You're not
Yeah.
messing with the 606. Yeah, you're is that right? 619? No, it's 606, right?
616.
616, sorry. 616. It's its own imprint. I agree 100%. There were some really good stories in there. There's some good stuff. And yeah, I couldn't agree more. And chat's going on about Marvel Knights was awesome because it was. Like I said, I understand why they gave Quesada the job because he was doing a good job. But I do think the problems for Joe started here with Ultimate Marvel. It really did.
Mm.
And because a lot of people, like Ben just said, were angsty about it, which I don't know why, because it is its own imprint. Do you get angsty about Marvel What If? Who gives a shit what they do in that story? You either like it or don't. It's not connected to the main universe. Why would you get upset about that? Same with this imprint. And I had no problem with it. There was some pretty good stuff in there. And it's unfortunate, I think, that a lot of what Kevin Feige is doing over with Marvel Studios is out of Ultimate Marvel instead of being mainstream Marvel. But whatever, that's the choice they made, right?
Hmm.
But so me personally, I'm with Ben. I have no problem with Ultimate Marvel at all. I thought they did some interesting things, and why not? It's been going on forever. Why didn't we try something new? But a lot of people got upset about it, Ben, and I still don't understand why.
Same.
Yeah. Anything on that, Thunder?
No, I didn't. I don't think I read. If I did, it was very little of it. It came out after I had already largely checked out for that long stretch there. So I didn't see much of it. I've gone back and seen some of the things, especially like some of Casada's greatest hits. I'm saying that with as much irony as I can.
Well,
Um,
up until
and he's
this
had
point,
some that were
he
actually
did.
genuinely really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's had some other stuff that's just, whew, oh
Well,
boy,
no, you're right. Now
oh boy, Joe.
we're going to get into it because it starts here.
Yes,
But like I said, credit where credit is due. The guy did some really good stuff. He really did.
yeah,
And we shouldn't be so negative and just reflexive and forget that, right? It's like Mark Wade. The guy's an absolute toad. Fair enough. However, that Superman thing. What was the name of that book he worked on with Alex Ross? Dude, one of the best things ever made. It was
yeah.
outrageously good, right? What was the name of that one? It's like an else world or alternate universe tell of it. He was worked with Alex Ross, and
Is that
what was that called?
Superman Red Sun?
No, 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 no. It was Mark Wade
No.
and
Okay.
I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. Someone in the chat will tell me, but that was freaking phenomenal. And I understand Mark Wade's an absolute toad. It's like Bendis. He's done. I know everyone hates Bendis with a passion, and I get it because he's a dick. However, he's done some good stuff.
Bendis!
But he has done some good stuff, though. We got to give credit, right? But anyway. So like for instance, a big controversy kind of Ultimate Marvel is Miles Morales, right? Now in the setting, I wish they had given Miles a different origin because they basically just made him Spider-Man. Exactly, which didn't make sense because Spider-Man died in that. Spoilers. And he kind of picked up the mantle. So I understand in Ultimate Marvel why he called himself Spider-Man because he's literally picking up the mantle. But how he became Spider-Man was exactly the same way Peter did, and it's like what? They should have been different, right? There should have been different application, and they did give him a little bit slightly different power set. But in the Ultimate Marvel imprint, it made perfect sense. Miles Morales. Now pulling him over and putting him in the 616 and not giving him a different name, that's weird because we already have a
Yeah.
Spider-Man. Peter's already there, so he should have become like Ghost. I know they ended up calling Spider-Gwen Ghost Spider, but it should have been him.
No, I'm telling you, I solved this problem. He should be
You did.
Prowler.
He should be the Prowler. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're right. That would be the best choice. But well, whatever. But controversy started for sure here. Let me check the chat before I get too far away. Brett says, "Does DeConnick prepare taxes? Because she's certainly not good at writing comics." Brett. All right. Me, Grimlock. I don't know why Grimlock isn't in here. Kelly Sue DeConnick is a complete hack. Best thing she ever did was marry a ball less bitch like Fraction. What? Oh shit, dude. Have you? One of her more recent things was run on Wonder Woman. I think it was one. No, not Aquaman. It was run on Aquaman. Have you read that? Because it's really good. Yeah. Now
Yeah,
I
but
understand. I understand
it's
she's horrible.
Aquaman.
but it's good though. She does a really good job with it, dude. But I understand she's horrible. She's mean, nasty. She hates comic book fans. I think she hates comic books. But I get all of it. I understand why you don't like her. She's not likable. She don't want to be likable. But she's really good writer,
Peter
dude. You can't.
Parker.
What do you say?
What Grimlock said in the chat.
Nick Grimlock, Peter Parker, Peter Darker. Oh, okay. All right. But see, I don't. But in the Ultimate setting, I didn't mind Miles Morales. Like I said, he should have had a different origin. But if you're going to bring him over, you need to make adjustment. I think your Prowler idea was actually a good one. Brett says Marvel Knights was phenomenal. It was. Roger says, let's see what the future holds for heroes and art. It was okay from Brett, but quickly devolved into events that broke the same setting. But and this is the same problem we had with 52, right, over at DC. Same problem we had with Rebirth later. It's just they get themselves in trouble because they don't have anybody, a continuity guy, and someone who's like keeping the reins on. Like, okay, don't get too crazy here, right? They need that. They don't have it. Let's see here. Elrod. Oh God. Okay, I'll read it.
Well, if they do have it, he's just terrible at his job.
Yeah,
like,
no.
Holy crap!
Those they all because New 52. I know you guys yell at me when I say this, but when it started, it was awesome. I know it went wild and went out of control, and they screwed it up, but it started out cool. And if someone was keeping a lid on that, it would have been just fine. Anyway, Aura says Ultimate was okay, yeah, but it was just created to try and sell Marvel to movie studios, maybe, and it worked. The Disney Mike is based on Ultimate. It is, yeah. No, it definitely is, and I get that. Maybe that was the intention from the beginning. I don't know that. Maybe it was. Kingdom Come. Thank you, Brett. Yeah, Kingdom Come was a freaking awesome book, dude.
You really hit a nerve with Grimlock on this Kelly Sue DeConnick thing. You have found a button on this man, and you have just pressed it, sir.
Ben, do you see the problem? I'm not allowed to be honest. Do you see the problem?
I mean, that's why I joined you guys in the first place. You needed balance here. I'm bringing balance to the force for you, Chet.
Thank you. Thank you. But I mean, it's true though, right, Ben? I mean, if someone's talented, even though you hate them and they're a horrible person, they're still talented, right?
No, I agree, right? And I dislike chucking out the baby with the bathwater when it comes to some of this stuff, right?
Yeah,
I know
thank you for a good old
can
proverb.
Right, and it can be popular, especially within progressive culture, and I get that, right? But unless the person is truly atrocious, like a good question would be like what do we do with Kevin Spacey, right? Because
exactly.
by all,
good point.
Or even like Harvey Weinstein, right?
Yeah.
So like that's where things get, I think, a lot more comfortable. But just because somebody's got some kind of crap beliefs or has been a little like overly mouthy on social media in a negative way, I don't think that's a complete reason to chuck them out of
No,
all of content and stuff, right?
And
I think that applies to both sides, right?
Sure.
So
and Gail Simone would fit into that. She's mouthy and says some things she probably really shouldn't say because you have fans here, right? But she's that example. DeConnick and Wade are the absolute Weinstein horrible people, though, right? So, but Gail Simone would definitely be what you just said. She just
Anyway, I don't know if they did anything as bad as Weinstein, but I get your point.
Well, I mean, I'm just taking off of what he's saying, but because dude, Mark Wade tried to destroy an entire comic book company, dude.
That's true. That's true.
But
shit, that's not as bad as raping a woman.
No, it's not. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yes.
Yes. Let's see here. I really have pissed off some people. Let's see here. Grimlock says if you need to pick up dog shit, a Kelly Sue DeConnick is perfect for your poop scooping needs. Thank you, Grimlock. Why is he in here saying this to my face? I don't know what he's doing.
I
don't know. Brett says, I read volume 1 of Bitch Planet and 1 of Captain Marvel, so why would I read more DeConnick after, by the way? Bitch Planet wasn't great. That's true. Some of the Captain Marvel stuff was okay. But, I mean, yeah, okay, I get your point. Right.
Wait, there's a comic about Twitter?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Grimlock continues to throw daggers at me. You can like her, but she fucking sucks, and not even in the way that could make her endearing. Oh, wow. I really did trigger him. I'm not saying that I like her. I understand she's awful. I'm just
Yeah.
saying she is a skilled writer. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let's put it better. She has the skill to be a good writer. Whether or not she always does that, that's another
Well,
topic, and obviously subjective.
they can't all be Stan Lee, Thundero.
Well, he wasn't always great either. I mean,
Shut
he
your
had some
mouth.
stinkers. He did, and you know it.
I know.
Now, as far as a ambassador, as everybody's comic dad, yeah, Stan was the man.
Yeah, he was.
They called him Stan the Man for a reason.
That's right.
But when it came to writing, he had some. I'd say he probably had more stinkers than he did hits. It's just his hits became such icons
That's
that
fair.
it drowned it out. The stinkers.
But he also put in a lot more time than these other people were talking about as far as learning.
Oh,
craft.
crazy! Just crazy work ethic
That
at
is
the
true.
time. I don't even understand it. How they got that done. I just don't understand it.
Decades of work.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's continue on here. So he would also simultaneously establish Max Comics, which I didn't mind. I didn't mind Marvel Max. They had some interesting stories there. Alias, Punisher. I remember reading quite a bit. I didn't mind those things. And did you guys like the Max imprint? Nothing. All right. But Max allowed them to do more adult stuff. Is really what it did. Right?
Yeah.
And I didn't mind it. I read the Punisher particularly was pretty good. Okay, so I don't have a problem with that. I don't even have a problem with Ultimate, really. I know a lot of people do. However, most of his subsequent editorial decisions would not be as well received. These would include such moves as unveiling the mystery behind Wolverine's history in order to establish his concrete origin as a boy raised in the 1900s frontier by an abusive father, as seen in the wildly panned Origins miniseries. Now, I understand why people really, really insist and want mystery. We don't want to know who the Joker is. It's good that we don't. In this
Mhm.
case, however, and I know I'm going to get yelled at again.
You are by me.
I
Yeah.
know,
Go ahead.
but I didn't mind establishing Logan's, initial years. It didn't bother
Okay.
me.
That I won't yell at you for. I don't mind that either. I mind what they established.
Yeah, no,
was dumb.
I get it. But this did piss off a lot of people. And with Thunder,
Yeah.
why don't you explain why it pissed everybody off, please?
Well, the reason it pissed me off is because they changed it. For one, what I remember of his backstory. Now, it was depending on the writer, and it was often vague, and because his memory was gone. But didn't they, like they said, they took him to the 1900s. He was raised by an abusive father, all this stuff. That's not the Logan I remember. That's not the Logan I was reading.
No.
He had a backstory.
He did. He was a
what are we
Wolverine that was turned into a human Wolverine. That's
why are we acting like this was like the first time they did that concretely? That isn't true. That's just not true. And I think that's what bothers me about it. Plus, it's just, I don't know. One of the great things about Wolverine is the idea that he could potentially be 1,000 years old. And they made him young.
Yeah.
And it kind of killed a little bit of the magic with the character, in my opinion.
I get that, yeah. It's the same thing at the end of Old Man Logan, where he's walking around, walking away with the baby Hulk, and he seemingly seems to be getting younger. It simply was a perception of himself that he kind of forced himself to be old, right? No, I get that. I understand that. But Ben, tell me why everyone hates the Wolverine having an origin, because boy, do they.
Well, I think part of the reason why is that it kills the imagination. I think a lot of people, right? What Thundero was talking about with the, you're talking about the evolved like animal thing, right? That was
that's
original,
before Claremont got him, right? And Claremont,
right.
I'm taking that. Yeah.
I'll be having that.
This is way before like any of this stuff even happened, right?
Sure.
Yeah. I think most comic book fans at the time didn't even really know that about him, because I think that gets a little bit more into the weeds of the origins or the original editorial origins.
Yeah, Claremont.
I think what a lot of people, I think what a lot of people liked was that Wolverine was just kind of one of those badass characters who his origin or like his dark past was whatever your mind came up with, but then
Yeah.
like making it solid is never going to live up to the expectations that and again, it's like Joker's past, like you were talking about, right? Like giving form to it ruins
It does.
the interpretation a lot of people have built up around it, right?
That's right.
This is the same thing. Like they have, this is the same problem that they have when they do like movie representation or any type of like visual representation of like Cthulhu, right? The appeal of the Lovecraftian stories is that a lot of the horror is kind of built into your imagination, what
Oh yeah.
your mind interprets the written word to be, and
Well,
so
Lovecraft was
once they
great
actually
at that, dude.
Yeah.
right. So once they actually give like form to it, it's always a disappointment because it's never as
Right.
terrifying as your personal interpretation of it is. And I think that's the same problem with giving form to Wolverine's past, right? Because everyone's going to probably have a slightly different interpretation or makeup for it in their own minds. And so in doing so, it's hard to meet the expectation everyone else that has built up around it.
That's fair.
You also limited, but by doing that, you limit the potential for really cool backstories that you could tell, stories in the
true.
past with Wolverine,
That's true.
and you just kind of cut it off. Like,
Yeah.
there was so much potential that's wasted by stopping, because he's a character with a power set that, like we were saying, he could be 5,000 years old. There's no
Right.
telling. He can control it to some degree.
That's right. And Brett has made a couple of very good points on that. Exactly. And I'm going to read them here. Brett is also showing his age because Sabretooth was his father at one point. Well, they never said that directly, Brett. But for a long time in comic books, it was hinted that Sabretooth was his dad. That was the thing they were going with. They were hinting that Sabretooth was his dad. And then all of a sudden we get this coming out with the origin Wolverine. I read it. It didn't piss me off, but I was like, okay, right? But it wasn't like, oh, that's awesome. But it didn't make me angry like it did a lot of people.
Humdrum.
It was
Humdrum.
humdrum, not as interesting. I agree with you. They took away the opportunity for more distant time use. And Brett continues with that. I love your idea, dude. What if Wolverine was Longinus, made immortal, with a sort of curse like the curse of Cain, walking the earth after he stabbed the Messiah? Dude, fucking epic, man.
In fact,
that would have been interesting. Yeah.
That could just be any character. Can we have that be a character? That's awesome.
Now that
could be an awesome character.
Well, wouldn't it be cool if that was the reveal of who Wolverine was?
Yeah, the whole time.
And the reason why he keeps losing his memory is not because he gets adamantium bullets in the head, but because he's so old that his brain just can't keep it.
Yeah, it just resets.
Yeah, because technically the human brain can only hold 500 years of information. Right.
Or maybe his healing factor, he has such painful memories that his healing factor like wipes his memory because it's too painful for him to remember. And so like his healing factor has a mental aspect to it. So that would be kind of cool, right?
See, we're doing better than Quesada.
And that's why our boy Xavier won't just give it to him.
Yeah.
Because he knows that his brain wouldn't be able to handle it. His brain will just take it away anyway.
Yeah, maybe. See, we're doing better than you, Joe.
See?
Joe. Okay.
Get out here with this abusive father. Everybody's done abusive father. That's boring. It's boring, Joe. What are you doing?
Yeah, I know.
God!
And Brett, they did imply Sabretooth was his dad. They did it many, many times, and we all kind of figured that's what it was. Everyone says Wolverine's only strength is having no past. Being a blank slate makes him a stand-in for the reader. Yeah. Both.
It's important. Yeah. It's important to have a blank slate. I think for certain characters, especially a character like him, that's he's an edgy boy. It helps to not have that concrete of why he's like this necessarily. Right? We don't know where he came from. At least we didn't fully, especially in Claremont's time. And there's the amnesia angle and all that stuff. That really helps with a character like him because you can go a lot further than you can with, say, a Peter Parker. Because we know where Peter Parker comes from. We get Peter Parker's motivations. We don't always have to understand and don't actually always understand Wolverine's. And that's what makes him a better berserker.
Well, Here, let me give you a little bit of comic book trivia that I'm going to think that no one here knows. Uh, why was the original creation of Wolverine a literal Wolverine, a badger type creature, turned into a man, an actual man, not like Gorilla Grodd or any of these other things with intelligent animals, right?
Rocket
Uh,
Raccoon,
right,
yeah,
yeah,
like that.
sure, Lockheed,
Yeah,
things like that.
yeah.
But an actual human being, fully human looking. And that was a takeoff. I don't know if you guys know this, but this was a takeoff to another old Golden Age character called Giganta. Now, Giganta looked like a complete human. She's one of the, grow big and tall type of characters, which are usually female. And it's very interesting that the most famous giant grower person is Ant-Man, isn't it? Even though
Mm,
most of the giant growers are actually female in the comic book history. It's odd. But nevertheless, Giganta was a gorilla, a female gorilla that got turned into a woman, and she had the ability to grow ridiculously large. But
mm.
that idea, which I know you don't know anything about that character because it didn't go anywhere, but Giganta was a real character, and she was part of the Fem Force back with which company was that? Uh, well, anyway, but that when the creation of Wolverine was to do that again. That was the initial idea, but no one really knew exactly what to do with it. And Claremont just said, "Give me that," and he just stripped all that away, and he made him just a mutant, a man.
Yeah,
That's where the idea of Wolverine originally being an animal made human is coming actually out of a Golden Age character called Giganta. There you
yes.
go, trivia. Okay,
I like it.
yeah.
I like trivia. Trivia's good.
It is. Let's see here. Of course, this is the origin thing. Let's go on to the next one. Revealing in his self-written Daredevil father title that the old man saved by Daredevil in his original story was a. Oh, did I miss a piece? I don't think I did. No, the old man who he saved by Daredevil in the original story, was a serial and incestual child molester. I don't remember this happening. I remember,
Me neither.
yeah, I don't remember this happening, but okay, that pissed people off. Jesus. All right. I didn't even know this. So basically, I didn't know this at all. But his Daredevil's origin story, he saved an old man, and then Casada later, much later, way later, decades later, changed it into the fact that that guy was actually a child molester. Why?
Jesus.
Why would you do
Calm
that?
down, Joe.
What are you doing, Joe?
Damn.
I didn't even know this.
Like, I get you trying to add some kind of crazy twist, but damn, Joe, chill out. Don't
Yeah,
gotta get that dark with it. Holy crap.
the art is fantastic, though. Look at
Yeah, that's pretty
that.
good.
Yeah, so I didn't even know this one, but all right. I guess that I get why that pisses people off. You're kind of you're lowering Daredevil, I suppose. But okay, I get it. All right, fine, fine, fine. This is a big one. And destroying the 20-year marriage of Spider-Man and Mary Jane out of a cheap attempt for drama with aforementioned One More Day storyline. And this is the quote from him, which I think is pretty interesting and telling. I remember editors and editors in chief lamenting that a married Spider-Man was not where we want to be. Caseta explained his editorial decision to ABC News in 2007. A married Peter Parker makes for a less interesting soap opera than a single Peter Parker going about his nerdy kind of life. Now, I get that.
Uh,
They've done this with Superman. They've done it with many people. All that's why they always kind of tease a marriage and then pull it away. However, in this case, and probably others as well, but in this case, I 100% disagree. A married
Me too.
Peter Parker is a better Peter Parker, and what it
Yep.
does is it allows you to do spin-offs. Once again, I bring up Mayday Parker. What a great little character they had in that Elseworld storyline, where Peter's older, he'd lost his leg fighting. Goblin, I think, and he's
Hmm.
retired, and he's just a dad now. And Mayday is the one who's sneaking out and to be the new Spider-Man or Spider-Girl, their daughter. And I love that, and that's something you could do with it. And Spider-Man and Mary, Peter and Mary, being a couple was a really good thing. But him going in, not only tearing that marriage apart, but she was pregnant. If I am, please correct me if I'm wrong. But
She was.
she was. So not only did he kill their marriage, he killed a child. He killed a baby because she
Yeah.
wasn't pregnant after that. It's not like Mary Jane's running around with a baby she doesn't know where it came from, right?
Yeah.
So this really pissed people off, and it pissed me. This is the only one. The first one actually made me angry too, because I 100% disagree with that statement. Peter and Mary are a good thing.
I agree.
And
And I think Peter, as a character, that character arc of him being a happily married man, or mostly happily married man, is a good thing for Peter as a character.
It is.
Not so much as for comics, or as they say, the soap opera. I get it; they're trying to sell comic books, but this is one of the reasons why it would have been better just to kill him, because at least his character would have stayed intact to what it was.
Yeah.
If he died heroically.
Well,
because the marriage thing for him as a character, again, I say, is so important because of he comes from, one, he was raised by his aunt and uncle. They had a strong, loving marriage, and if it wasn't for the fact that Uncle Ben died tragically, they would have stayed together until the end, I'm assuming. And it feels like a completion of that part of who he is.
It does.
For him to end up with someone like Mary Jane and be happily married and still trying to balance being Spider-Man.
But it's also,
and to take it away is just dirty. In my opinion.
Is dirty.
It's just dirty.
But because it's also a progression of the character. He's a different.
Yeah.
He's a man now. He's not the little teeny
Yes.
bopper. And this plays into the thing that pisses us all off. The fact that they keep wanting to pseudo or soft reboot everything all the time because Tony Stark can't be a really 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 old man that other people are running around being Iron something. But they have to keep rebooting it, and you keep getting a young Tony. No, Tony Stark was captured whilst he was in Vietnam, not in Afghanistan. Stop it, right? There's no reason, there's no problem having an old Tony Stark, and then having someone else. Even they screwed up the Riri Williams thing, because they made her a villain. But even if it is Riri Williams or somebody else or other things, there's so much further you can do because you're deepening the character. They've moved on. They've progressed in their life. They're now more mature. They're different characters. And with Tony Stark, you could even do something a little darker with him. As an example, but taking that away and their obsession, where everything Peter's always going to be, he just get out of high school or he's still in high school. This obsession with redoing that over and over and over again. It's like, fuck off, dude. You could easily have Peter and Mary and their kid, like I said, Mayday, or whatever kid you want, is the one that's going to who's really smart and going to the special school. We didn't need to create this special school out of nowhere, because keep in mind, Peter didn't go to no special high school. That's a new incarnation. But his kid could have. Right? His kid could have. Maybe his kid was Peter's a pretty clever fella, but maybe his kid was really smart. Maybe Mayday is super smart, and they sent her to a really special high school. They could have progressed it, right? And having, do the legacy thing. But they refuse. They're so caught up in it, dude. They don't understand that, yes, you have new readers that you want to pull in, which they've clearly abandoned. But you also have the older readers, and we're getting older too. Mary and Peter getting married makes sense to us because we're all getting married.
Yep.
And then you have their kids and the legacy characters for our children. I don't understand.
It's also an aspect. The reason it's super annoying is because one of the things that's always been kind of key to the joy of the Spider-Man character is seeing how a normal guy navigates being a hero, right? We have all the Batmans who are billionaires and the Supermans and stuff like that, and whose powers are so powerful that him, being a superhero is so much easier. Where Spider-Man, he's more of the street level, right? He's not flying at Mach 5 or what have you, and you can see that in the movies, right? He struggles with maintaining the identity and maintaining the stuff, and part of the joy of reading the comics was seeing how a normal guy, a normal married guy, handled being a superhero. Because as we know here, we're married. There's aspects to being married that it brings extra, joys, but then extra complications, and then, then you add in the aspect of being a superhero, and how does that change things, right? Because the reality is, if he's just single, like, life is so much different, and so much easier. Not saying that being married is difficult, but like it brings extra responsibilities and stuff that you have to balance with your life, right? And so, if he's single and he's just, Joe at town doing whatever he wants, well, then that, frankly, being a superhero would probably be just so much easier and, like, frankly, not as interesting.
No.
Yep.
And these guys, these companies are so obsessed with the IP that they can't see that progression is a good thing, right? Because, Peter getting married, the difficulties of being Spider-Man while doing that, and the pressures, because Mary Jane is pretty supportive, but she's certainly going to have problems with certain things. Them having kids as things progress, it's good because you're covering both your bases when you do that. Like I said, your comic book readers who are getting older and still reading it because it's a more adult comic, and then you can introduce the legacy characters and you have a new character for the young generation, and you can mold them as you want. Now, I wouldn't
Yep.
suggest doing this with Mayday. Matter of fact, it'd probably piss me off. But if you took that kind of kid and that kid turned out to be one of the Rainbow Group, then it makes a lot more. Well, it makes a lot more sense than taking fucking Iceman and doing it.
Yeah.
And then the way, how did they do it? They didn't happen something that he came to naturally. No, 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 no. Oh,
Jean Grey.
Jean Grey mentally made him gay. What are
Yep.
you doing? Yeah, I thought you were born that way. What are you doing? Right? But that's what they
It's
did.
dumb.
Jean Grey made him gay mentally. She used her telepathy on him and made him gay. And this is how they want to introduce that with freaking Iceman? What? Bobby? Are you kidding me? One of the things about Bobby is the fact that he always wants to be in love. He just wants to be in love. And he's going around and he's dating all these girls, and he just either it doesn't work or he screws it up. And once again, it's because they don't want to have any of their heroes in a relationship. Same conversation we're having here. And then they decide to do that with Bobby. Whereas if you create a new legacy character that you do that with, okay, fine. It's a new character, right? But this is the problem. They won't allow themselves. They're stuck in the original IP and they refuse to let themselves out of it. And I understand why this pissed everyone off, and because it pissed me off. It's like, what the hell
Yeah.
are you doing? And I stopped reading Spider-Man for a long time after that, dude. I did.
Well, another thing, like Ben kind of saying what Ben was saying there, Spider-Man is supposed to be much more of the everyman. It works for him to have a family. It works
It
for him
does.
to be a little bit more domestic
It
because he
does.
always was. For me personally, that's why I don't like it when they do it with Superman. It just doesn't work. Superman's different. He's a different animal. But Spider-Man was one of the guys where that progression, that life progression that most people go on, made the most sense
It did.
because he was supposed to be the one that everyone can relate to. That's the point of him. That's why his life is so, I want to say realistic, but obviously it's fantastical. But you know what I mean. His struggles, his normal person struggles are so relatable.
Well, that's the
Um,
thing, though. You're allowed one conceit. You're allowed one suspension
yeah.
of disbelief. And with Peter, it is that he has spider. Well, not really, but he has superpowers, right?
Hmm.
And that is the suspension of belief, the belief, the one thing. Otherwise, he's a normal blue collar dude, and that's why it works so well. That's why Spider-Man is
Yep.
eternal. But
Yep.
I just really disagree with this thinking coming out of the mainstream comic book guys. They refuse to progress the characters, and it's not good. And they what they do is they keep putting themselves in this position because Ben has said it as well. They've done wacky, crazy things throughout the history of comic books, and why? Because
Hmm.
they're trying to find something new to tell with the same old characters. And if they progress them, you know what? Magically, new things come to be told, right?
Yeah.
And then the characters that come out of them, the legacy, whether they like with Tony Stark, he hires someone or brings someone in, or sees someone that has potential, or a child, like maybe with here Mary and Peter. That now that's a new character you can do fresh things with because no one knows that character, right? So
Right,
they're
and
shooting
and
themselves
and
in the face, is what they're doing.
you hit on this briefly, and I appreciate you bringing this up, right? And this is why we get into some of our political fights in this show, is that when they're kind of reimagining these characters and they, you make somebody LGBTQ or whatever, right? And then people like reject it and stuff, right? It's not always, it's because they just are recycling the same characters over and over and over and
Yep.
over and over again because they're too afraid to try a new IP that, you can create a brand new character and have them be gay or have them be whatever, right? And
Sure.
and that I think is a lot more palatable for a lot of readers because then it's not messing with the pre-established characters, but and the existence of the LGBTQ character is not a problem. It's them always being too afraid to introduce new characters, so they just don't feel like there's a market there. And that includes straight characters too. Like, how often do
Yeah.
we get
Oh yeah.
really new, interesting, like just characters to begin with,
Rare.
right?
Yeah.
That we're
We
always
just talked about Ray,
cycling
right?
through. Yeah, right. Just we're constantly cycling through the old guard who's been around for like 60 years, 70
80 years.
years, right? So yeah, it's a problem with the big companies to begin with, and it's been around. It's been a problem that's becoming worse and worse over the last couple decades.
Yeah, I agree 100% on that. I just made the Bobby example because it's so stupid, right? They
Yep.
could have done anything. Like for instance, one of the comics I loved when I was a kid was Alpha Flight. I enjoyed Alpha Flight quite a bit, and that's Canada. And you know how I think about those fucking Canucks. Uh, but in Alpha Flight, for instance, you had a character called North Star. North Star was gay. And you know what? I still read Alpha Flight. I didn't care at all. Nobody did, right?
Yep.
It's just part of his character. So it's this idea that you can't have a new character that is whatever from India or some Indonesian Muslim or what have you. You most certainly could do it. Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan, is a perfect example. She's Pakistani American, right? And when that comic started with Sana Amanat, it was really, really good. It was great, and it was a brand new character. Now, sure, it's a bit of a legacy character because she's a fangirl for Miss Marvel or Captain Marvel at the time. Thanks, Captain America. But it started out really well, but then started going really sour because they had to throw in the politics, they had to throw in the whole Muslim thing, and it's really a shame because Sana Amanat has done nothing, got worse and worse as time has gone by, fair enough. However, that started wonderfully. And here you have a brand new character that is slightly legacy, and she is diverse. She's a Pakistani American Muslim girl. And I loved the comic when it first came out. I was like, oh, this is great. And they just can't. They just can't. And Alpha Flight for the win by absolutely, dude. But this was a
One,
big one. Yeah.
one of my favorite, most recent characters, and I think we've talked about her a couple times, is Hisako Ichiki, the armor character from X-Men.
Oh, she's really cool, dude.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's super awesome. I love to take on her abilities and stuff, right? And she's another, I mean, relatively younger, newer character, right? And I just find her very interesting, and I wish they'd do more with her and
They
stuff,
don't,
right?
though.
But
That's
again,
the
it's
problem.
just no, and instead they put her as that, like, the flunky to Wolverine again, right? They've done that with a lot of
Yeah,
characters,
they use
right?
Logan to
And
do that a lot. They do that. Yeah, Jubilee,
it's
Kitty Pryde.
they do it with female. It's always kind of weird. They always do it with female characters for some
Well,
reason.
he's the
So
dad. He's kind of like a dad. Yeah.
he can be a
He's got-
dad to a male character. I don't know why it's
He
always a
could
young
be.
female character.
You're
but-
right. You're right. He could be. But then again, you got
You
to.
know, like his actual kids.
Well, so
Ah,
his
ah,
actual
ah,
kids
ah.
are a nightmare. But I think Ben, that comes. I will give a nod in the direction that we get a lot of people. These people who complain about sexualizing or objectifying of women. And the simple fact of the matter is, we are human, and how we function is to objectify everything. It's what we do. However, in the comic books, they certainly like to draw cute and pretty things, and even sexy things, because the majority of the readers are male. And I understand that, and that's probably why they're always girls, because they don't sexualize Jubilee, they don't sexualize Shadowcat until they got old. She got old. Well, Shadowcat, particularly Kitty, when she got older. But they are the cute little girl that needs protecting. So I get it. It's a trope. But and you're right. Why not a young boy? Because Rogan is the perfect father figure, really, in that keeping it.
Rogan.
Yeah, Did I say Rogan, not Logan? But he,
Yes.
but he,
You did
but he
say
is a good
Rogan.
father figure though, because he's highly protective, and he really he wants them to be safe, and he's good for that.
Well, it's a great way to temper Wolverine's
The
character as well,
wildness, yeah,
because
the fury.
yeah, he's a wild man, he's a berserker, but that Papa Bear will stop to protect his cub.
Oh
Right,
yeah.
he'll go rampaging, but when his cub's in danger, he'll stop and protect him.
Well, but
Right.
Ben's made a really good point with armor, right? Because she was created during that time back with what's the boy, the guy there that's in charge of Marvel right now? What's his name again?
Sapolsky? Are you talking about?
No, is it Sobolski? Is
Yeah,
that his
I
name?
think he's still EIC, isn't he? I believe so. Yeah,
Is that
CB
it?
Sapolsky.
CB Sobalski, that's what it is. CB.
Yeah.
Now he was over here in Japan forever, supposedly trying to sell Marvel comic books. I don't know that he was doing much other than be just living in Tokyo and enjoying Japan. But nevertheless, that during that time where they were really trying to push Marvel comics over there, that's where Armor came out of, right? A Japanese
Mm-hmm.
character created for the Japanese market. It didn't work. But they did start using her over in the mainstream market, of course, and she even showed up in some animated stuff. But that
Yeah.
is a great little character. She's got a neat power. She has telekinetic force fields that she can create into an imaginative shapes, and she makes armors and other stuff like that. But it's a great little character. Why the hell we don't see more of it? I mean, she is cool.
And this is the other problem, right? Is they always go on and on. One of the main reasons why they do the swapping, or at least they claim the main reason is they do the swapping, is because it's more successful financially to swap out using the brand name. And I get that. That's probably true. But that's only because you're not throwing actual weight behind some of these characters. You're not putting it out there and really pushing them, if I can use a wrestling term, right? You're not booking them strong. You're not
Yeah.
pushing them strong for a year or two, and doing it properly, not overdoing it. Don't Mary Sue them.
No, of course,
If you do that well, if
helps
you do
with
it right, with a good writer who knows how to build a character like this, are they going to replace Wolverine? Probably not. But they could at least maybe get on the charts in a positive manner, and now you have something.
right.
Something you can build off of.
Well,
It takes time, and the problem is they don't want to take the time. They just want it now. Right now. I need it now.
and
Need it yesterday.
even when they do supposedly take time, they screw it up. I mean, look at Ethan's creation there, X-23, right?
Yeah.
And the whole storyline very popular. X-23. I think that they give her a name now. I think they call her Lara. But
Mm-hmm.
she is a great little new character, but they just abuse the hell out of it, right?
Yeah.
Another character that I know there was a comic stuff, but I don't know if the animated series was first or the comic was first. I'm not sure. But since we're talking about female characters, another really great one that hasn't gotten any love and deserves all the love in the fucking world is Thor and Sif's daughter. That is a great character. I don't know if it's comic book because I didn't read it. I saw the animated series with my kids. But what a great little legacy character they created there. I haven't seen anything from it since, dude. Anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the character I'm talking about, Ben.
Yes, I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. I just really liked it. I was like, oh, that's a good idea, you know. But they just don't. And Brett is upset. Ethan did not create X-23, by the way. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. He actually did. I do apologize. Yeah, that was his creation, his inception. I do apologize, and that's why he gets money every time that she shows up with a lot of other characters. Because I know that we have people over here who adore Ethan, and people over here who are kind of I like his work, but I wish he wasn't so selfish. And then we have people who hate Ethan. Okay, I get it why I get why you do. However, that dude has created more new characters than any other person of his generation I can think of. There are so many characters that Ethan Van Sciver created, dude. X-23, Dust, all the Lantern War characters, right?
Mm.
Yeah, I know you don't like him, but Ethan is responsible for a lot of new characters. And like for instance, Art Bear, who we absolutely adore, great guy, love talking to him. Art has done every damn character in the history of Marvel and DC. He's done everything. Matter of fact, the only thing he says from talking to him, he said he hadn't done is Justice League, an actual Justice League. But every character in the Justice League he has done. A legitimate living legend with R.T. Bear. However, has he
Mhm.
created any new characters? I don't think so. I think he just was the dude who put a lot of life into just decades of comic books, right?
Well, it's also that time, right, where there was a lot of like a I hate this word, but what they did, a reimagining, was happening real hard in that time frame, especially. So that's what he was doing. He was helping with that. So he didn't get the chance really to put a bunch of his own stuff out there.
right.
Um, Whereas Ethan, I think the story goes, at least now this is Ethan's telling of it, that he created everything about X-23. I think he called it something else. But everything about it, he conceptualized it, all of it, and pitched it to Marvel. And then he left Marvel, or they fired him. And
Because he kept putting
okay,
sex in all the
yeah,
background.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve it, but that's what happened. And then, like a year later or something, that's when X-23 showed up, and it was
Yes.
literally just his character,
No,
but they changed the name or something.
they did. And he
Um,
still gets money for that, though. He does, because he
I
was
bet he
involved
does.
in
Yeah.
the official creative career process, dude. I
Yeah.
understand. Once again, I know, and she wasn't made for a TV show either. But I get the hate. I get the hate for Ethan. I understand. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's any more hate going on for Joe here. In 2010, Quesada was promoted to Marvel Chief Creative Officer. So another promotion, a role whose demands would ultimately lead to him stepping down as Marvel Comics EIC in 2011, and which he would serve in until his recent departure. So those are, I guess, are the three main controversies. So we got three things. We got this, which I agree. We have this, which I didn't even know, but okay, I get it. And we have that, which, okay, I do understand it. So um, Joe Quesada is radically hated for three
Yep.
mistakes. Is that what I'm getting? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I'd say it's probably more than that, but those are the three presented here. I don't know his whole catalog. I don't know everything the man ever did, but I personally think One More Day is enough for him to be
All right.
disliked. As a massive Spider-Man fan, it's a slap in the face, in
I
my
get it,
opinion.
but he's done so many good things, and it just
Yep.
that outweighs it all.
Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. No, fine, fair enough. I think he
If
called
you
them links
put
or
it on the
something. That's right.
scale,
That's right.
One More Day it's weighing it down. One More Day is weighing it down if you're going to put it on the
Well,
scale. For me, I think a lot of people too. I think that's why he's so disliked.
yeah, no,
They won't let go of that,
yeah,
and the fact that he doesn't even understand why people. You could see it in interviews. He doesn't understand why people dislike it so much.
no,
It
and
just doesn't. He doesn't get it.
it bothered me too. Like I said, I didn't read
Yeah.
when I came back and started reading Spider-Man comics again. I think it was Chip Zdarsky, and Chip, if you're listening, Chip, I know you started rough, brother. I know you did. I know you kind of got in with the cool kids and said a couple of dumb things. And you got people giving you a little bit of shit there, Chip, because you weren't doing a great job. But you know what you did? You buckled down. You put your nose to that grindstone and you worked it out because your Spider-Man run, Chip,
What
was freaking
happened?
awesome, dude.
Oh, oh,
You don't. Ben is disagreeing. You don't like the Chip Zdarsky Spider-Man run?
oh.
Is Ben
Is he
having?
disagreeing or is he dying? What's going on? You're right down there, Ben.
I think he's having the aneurysm. Are you all right there, Ben? Is he okay?
Not sure what happened. I don't know.
Maybe he's having mic trouble.
Oh,
And maybe he's
Sorry,
having
we lost electricity in my mother-in-law's place, so well, I'm not on the Wi-Fi anymore. So I'm on my cell phone signal out in the middle of the boonies here, like right next to the ocean. So my quality's probably not sounding great.
well, we can hear you now. You were kind of droning there. We thought you were dying. Yeah. Did you disagree with my Chip Zdarsky comment? And we lost him again. All right.
No, I didn't hear it. I'm
Oh, you didn't hear it. Okay.
sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying that when I went back to reading Spider-Man after this, Mary Jane debacle, was with Chip Zdarsky, and I know he got a lot of flack in the beginning, but the dude buckled down and he ended up doing a really good job. If you want a great Spider-Man run, go read the Chip Zdarsky run because it's fantastic. It is. Good on you, Chip.
Well, and back to Quesada, like I'm not as like hurt by the Spider-Man thing. Like, sometimes runs work out, sometimes they don't. You take
Yeah,
risks.
that's
If
true.
you don't take risks, then comics are going to be kind of boring, right? Maybe he took a wrong risk. That happens sometimes. That's why God invented retcons, right? So
I
not
I wish
not
they would
it's not as
retcon that.
insulting or
right. Well, Ben, that's
No.
why I
yeah.
presented this whole thing the way I did. Does my I guess the point I'm trying to make, does Joe Quesada really deserve the hate he gets? Because you notice when I started this and I mentioned his name, the chat lit up with "thank God" and die and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, sure,
I don't know about die. Die
well,
might be a little much, I think.
you know what I mean. But this situation, what they did with Peter and Mary, I didn't like it either. I really didn't like it at all. However, I'm also a person that I don't want to discredit a person's entire life because they did one thing you don't like. I really don't. Now I understand
Depends
there's a
on the thing.
limit. I understand there's a limit to it. I get it. But he didn't murder anyone.
Well, he murdered Peter Parker, but
And
that's beside
he
the point.
murdered their baby. Yeah.
Yeah, and whoever the baby was going to be, that person's dead.
But whatever.
Yeah.
Joe Quesada is leaving. We have no clue why. He'll probably try to put stuff out. I don't think it's going to make any money because he is really hated. You saw how that chat blew up as soon as I mentioned his name, right? Right.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
is hated. Joe, you're not going to find work. I don't know why they pushed you out. I don't know what happened. Me personally, I don't like everything you did, but I like some of it. So, but anyway, there's my comic book spotlight. I made that kind of long and different.
I bet, yeah.
Yeah. But and I remember back there was another real big debacle we covered on this show talking about Joe
Bring me a
Quesada.
snack.
And
Bring me a snack.
he's using mental powers on his wife. Bring me a snack. Bring me a snack. But
I was
anyway,
using it on my side. I thought I was muted.
no, that's all right. We understand.
Sorry, guys. Hold
We
on.
understand. So I know there's been other things beyond this right here, but whatever. I just want to report it, and I thought it would be an interesting take on Spotlight. Nevertheless, you guys ready? We're going to move into different things now. Okay?
Let's go.
All right, let's go. Well, I just want to remind you that there are things that are Tolkien-based comic books. They do exist.
It's true.
and,
It's very true.
This is an odd little one right here, but there are many of them. More recent years than in the past, to be honest with you. I don't know why we didn't see more in the past, but whatever. Well, there were some, and we see a lot now. So there are plenty of Lord of the Rings comic books, and some are okay. They're okay. But the reason I mentioned that is because this is supposed to be about comic books, and I thought this would be fun.
Oh my. Oh my. The 10 most evil Lord of the Rings characters ranked. Look at that proper comma usage. That deserves a clap.
Well, it's Slade. It's not.
Good job, Slade.
It's not our boy.
First of all, I know that's not your real name, and if it is, that's awesome, but it's probably not.
Yeah.
But I like the name Slade.
Yeah.
It's a good name.
What is your comic
Slade.
book name?
Thundaro. That'd be my comic book name.
How about you, Ben? What's your comic book name? What's your AKA?
Korlak, of course.
Of course. I have, I guess, many little names: Oniguma, Hyperion, stuff like that. But really, I keep my secret identity pretty tight because my comic book name would be Tier Havoc. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Tier Havoc.
Tier
This guy.
Havoc.
Listen to him.
Yeah, take that.
Listen to him.
And that's TYR, by the way. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. That's right.
But anyway, let's get into this. I thought this would be fun to talk about the 10 most evil Lord of the Rings characters ranked. So let's see if we agree with Slade. Number
Slade
one,
guy.
number 10, Gollum.
Good old Gollum himself. I don't think Gollum's
Already,
evil.
I completely disagree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Higher or lower?
I mean, I think he shouldn't be on the list at all. If you're
Yeah, I don't consider him
familiar
evil.
with the Tolkien works, yeah, like with all of the Silmarillion and stuff like that, I think there's far more evil creatures to put on here than Gollum.
Right. Well, keep in
Yeah.
mind with this, with many of these channels, these websites, because we're news readers, is what we are. Which so are all the other ones. But
Yeah.
they're young, even including NBC, CBC, CBS. They don't do reporting anymore. But they read other people's shit. But they tend to be younger. These guys. That are,
Yeah.
they're energetic and they're out there doing stuff. And I would agree, Gollum shouldn't be on this list at all. If you ever read Lord of the
Mhm.
Rings, you know that he is there. Of course, he's an important character, but he's also there to represent the corruption of
That's right.
Mordor.
That's right. Of the ring and of Mordor. He's not evil. He's a victim.
He's a victim. Yeah, he is a victim.
Yes.
So, alrighty then. But so it's not a good start, guys. Now keep in mind, when I do these top tens, I don't look at them. I do not read them. I do that intentionally. I want to experience it live with everybody. So
That's true. Devilish in the chat. That was the other thing that they didn't mention. Casada was one of the guys who was against my boy, old Wolvie himself, smoking his cigar. And that pisses me off, because I give him back his cigar, damn it. Sick of it.
No,
Anyway.
I understand Devilish, and there are other things. Like I said, 3 years ago when we started the channel, we did an entire, piece on Casada because there was something really controversial going at the time. I forget what it was. You can go back and check that though. It's way back in the history of this channel.
Was it when him and Ethan were getting into it on Twitter
I think
for a bit?
So. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I mean, I give Ethan crap where he deserves it. But in that case, I don't remember exactly, but Casada was wrong.
Yeah.
He was wrong. But anyway, moving on here. Gollum shouldn't be on the list at all. Bad start, Slade. All right, let's see what number 11 is. Saruman.
At 9?
At 9. That's weird. I think
pretty high.
The top 3, maybe.
That's pretty high.
Yeah, I agree. He's a bad guy, but
he's not a good one. That's for sure.
But he's an orchestrator of a lot of the problems that are going on at the time of the story. And why would he be so low on the list?
It feels, it feels awkwardly low on the list, comparatively speaking. Yeah. Right. So it makes you question, like, who's top of the list then?
Well, I think we all know. But Grimlock, hi.
Grimlock, he's not here. I think you're saying hi to
Grimlock.
nobody. You didn't hear nothing, sir. You have imagined a Grimlock. Is what you've done.
Well, that's sad. That means Grimlock has died, and I've heard his ghost. Oh well. But anyways,
you failed to cast summon Grimlock.
I did. But Saruman on the list, absolutely way too low, dude. All right, coming down here, the King of the Dead. What are you doing, Slade? Someone help me understand. Anybody?
Were the
what do we got?
Oh,
the King of the Dead?
Evil?
They were tortured dead that wanted release from their curse. Does that make
sense? Does he give a reason?
Right.
I don't know.
Is there a reason given?
The Army of the Dead were cursed by Isildur for failing to come to his aid against Sauron's forces. Yes, that's true. But their treachery was already evident at that point. Secretly, they worshipped Sauron whilst maintaining the lie that they were allied with Gondor. As such, the curse fell swift, and the army was damned to linger without rest. Alrighty. Is this... Let me go back and read the headline real quick.
But he's worse than Saruman?
Okay.
No.
Lord of the Rings. I guess he's limiting himself to just that. Alrighty, fine. But that's a weird choice. That is a weird choice, especially seeing as they saved the day and Aragorn was a nobleman and released them, kept his word, right?
Well, in specifically the Lord of the Rings part, they're not evil. I'm trying to think. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't think they did anything evil in that part of the mythos.
Well, yeah.
So maybe, in life, he was a bastard, hence why he was cursed. But he wasn't evil as dead. I wouldn't say. I don't think that's accurate. Again, it's I guess it's subjective in a way because Gollum, well, not Gollum. Gollum's definitely not. He's not supposed to represent evil
No.
as himself. He's representing the evil, the power of evil's corruption.
Yeah.
But in the Lord of the Rings, unless I'm completely misremembering something, the army of the dead and the king of the dead is not supposed to be evil. At least not at that point. He's supposed to just be. He just is at that point.
Yeah.
They're stuck. They're cursed.
Stuck, and they're desperate to
Yeah.
die. Really. Alan has figured it out, though. He bets that the very number one spot is going to be white privilege. You're probably right, Alan. But odd choice. All right, let's see if it gets better. Number 7. All right. Okay. All right. Lurtz.
Oh, worse than
the
Saruman?
leader of the Uruk-hai. How is he worse than Saruman? I do not understand. Seeing as he is an actual physical creation of Saruman.
That's right. That's true. Yeah.
Ben?
He literally puts his hand on his face.
You need to help me understand these young kids, man.
Yeah, I think the only justification you can put for Lurtz is that, he talked openly about eating man flesh.
That's true. He did. Yeah.
So
he did like to
got
eat
a
man
little bit of a
flesh.
cannibal side to him,
I
as opposed
suppose.
to Saruman. But so yeah. So I think that might, but still, I mean, if you're talking about architects of grand evil, Saruman is by far much worse, right? Like you said,
Way
he's
worse.
the creator of Lurtz, right? So
yeah, he is. He's
so
he's
yeah,
an architect.
I think they're just giving him more, right? Yeah, and so I think that they're just giving Lurtz a higher ranking simply because he was, I guess, more savage or more visceral than the evil of Saruman. But as we all know here, the evil of Saruman had much larger impact and implications than the relatively smaller impact of Lurtz.
That's
especially with what he is, Saruman. His very being evil is more dangerous than a random orc. Or Uruk.
Right, Uruk-hai. I do have a feeling that Slade has not read the book and he's simply watched the movie.
That could be.
I have a feeling. And also, do remember that the Uruk-hai are pure racism because they represent the blacks.
That one still got me.
We've gotten nothing out. We've gotten nothing outside of the movies, right? So this I think lends credence unless we start seeing some stuff, like the giant queen of mother spiders, stuff like that, things from the Silmarillion, right?
Oh yeah.
What was her name? Morgoth or something? I forget.
Morgoth,
but anyways,
no, Morgoth is the big guy. I think it's Osgaloth is the spider.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But the point being is. But the point is we're set. We're what is this, number 4 into it so far, and we've had only characters from the movies. So I have no faith. We'll see, but I have a feeling we're
Slade has watched the movies, and not read the book. It's clear. However, I do think why Lurtz is higher is because Slade understands that Uruk-hai represent the blacks. And it's
he's really trying to trigger you, Ben. I'm gonna spoil his fun.
Oh, I know he is. I'm not taking the bait. I've known Chet for a very long time. I know when the bait's there.
Dangle. Here we go with something I agree with. Gothmog. Now that is an evil son of bitch. And they did not lay him well out in the movies. They did not.
No.
They're so much cooler to this character. But I agree. Gothmog, yeah, he's good.
I didn't even name him in the movie at all. I don't think they drop his name once.
No, unfortunately, he ended up on the editing floor, I think.
He's especially evil because he's a representation of Harvey Weinstein in the film.
He is. That's right. That's right. I think he actually looks better than Harvey.
Yeah, Harvey is pretty ghoulish, isn't he? Holy crap. It's an ugly man.
It's true. It looks like he's got a better skin, care system regimen going on than Harvey does. So.
It's true. But those flabby 5 o'clock shadow Jew boys, they tend to look pretty horrid.
Sometimes.
Let's be fair. But Gothmog, good choice.
It's a good name too. Man, you see, some of his names were great. Gothmog. That's great.
He's a
That's
freaking
great, Tolkien.
master of language, dude.
Oh, just great.
Yeah, he's actually my idol. But anyway, moving on. The Balrog. Now,
Yeah.
okay, fine, but here's the thing. In the movie, which we know Slade only watched the movie, the Balrog is
Hmm.
just simply a monster, right?
Right.
But we know, especially with Silmarillion, which Ben has mentioned several times, which we know Slade has not read. We know this. The Balrog are far more than just a monster, dude.
Yeah.
They're especially in Silmarillion, they're really, really detailed out. They are evil. They do belong on this list, but I don't think they're on this list for the reason they should be.
Yeah.
You
No,
know
I
what I mean?
agree. They're effectively demons, as we understand them.
Yeah.
I mean that's what they are. They're a stand-in for Judeo-Christian style demons. Yeah, I mean, look at them. Even.
Yeah.
Um.
Well, but it's also you got to keep in mind that they were the essence of his followers
Yes.
that were given form, right?
Yes. Just like demons,
Just like
angels.
demons. Yeah.
But no. But yeah, Balrogs. I mean, the Balrog deserves to be on here for sure. But I think you're right. I don't think he's on here for the right reason. I
No,
think
I don't think so.
he's actually too far down, especially if you're going to, for some reason, put Saruman at way at the top, which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I would. Balrog should be on there, but Saruman should definitely be beneath him.
No, he should be top
In my
three
opinion,
without question.
yeah.
But anyway, Balrog. Yeah. But Slade, go read the Silmarillion, please. Read the books, buddy. Read them. Okay. Moving on here, number four, Shelob. The
Shelob.
descendant of the Spider Queen. Once again,
Yep.
didn't get a lot of love in the movie. When I understand those movies long already, so they had things had to be cut and abbreviated. I get it. People complain about that, but dude, they're making a movie. Give them a break. But it is a good character though in the book for sure.
Yes.
Is it pure evil though, or is it just simply a thing?
A bestial creature.
Yeah.
She's evil. I don't know if she's more evil than a Balrog or Saruman. I'd say definitely not, but she's definitely evil. No
Well,
question.
she pricked our boy Frodo, and that's why
She
Slade was
did.
upset.
She did.
I'm pretty sure.
Frodo kind of had it coming though. He was being in the movie anyway. He was being a douchebag. So
He was.
kind of deserved
He was. That's
it.
true. That's true. Anything on Shelob there, Ben?
Another great name. Man, he's good.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
Again, this is a minor spider compared to like the one that was the size of a mountain. So it just
yeah.
further proves that like did not read or didn't even read the books, just watch the movies, and it's like it kind of makes you wonder like why are you even doing this list to begin with? But whatever, let's keep going.
Jeff mentions Ugoliant. Yes, the dude, Silmarillion is and all those little extra things around the Silmarillion are got some excellent bad guys. When they get into some of the dragons and the various Balrog, oh my God, there's some awesome stuff. But that's okay. We've been restricted to the movies. Okay, so let's come down here. Number 3, the Mouth of Sauron. Another guy that didn't get anywhere near enough time on screen, unfortunately.
He didn't get any if you don't watch the extended edition. He's not in it at all.
But the scene that he does get is pretty good, though. It is pretty good.
It's pretty good. Yeah. He's very creepy in the movie. Very creepy.
They do a good job. Yeah, they do a good job.
Yeah.
But this is definitely a dude who deserves to be on the list. Jeff is just dropping Tolkien names. Glorfindel. Yes, dude. I understand that they didn't give him any love at all. So it is what it is. I like Silmarillion better than the Lord of the Rings. So did I, but don't say that too loudly. Someone will stab you. All right, coming down here, number 2, the Witch King of Angmar. Okay, fine. Should it be number 2? 3 or 4, maybe. Saruman should have been number 2, honestly. As far as sticking to the movies only. But the Witch King of Angmar is a cool character. It is a very important character when it comes to the fruition of the girl there. What's her name? The one who defeated
Oh, come on, brain.
yeah, my brain. But it's a nice little resolution he set up. He set it up and he delivered it. It was really nice. Tom Bombadil didn't show up at all. That's true, dude. But Tom Bombadil is Tolkien. Is what he represents. So, but Ben, you're supposed to be helping us out. What's the girl that beat the Witch King? Because no man could defeat him, but she's a woman. Ha ha!
Hoisted by his own petard.
Lady.
I
Damn it.
can't remember her name.
Oh
The
god,
chat's
my
gonna have
brain's
to
been
help us
stupid
out.
because it wants to go Galadriel,
Eowyn.
but
Thank you, Jeff.
it's not
Eowyn.
her.
Eowyn, yeah.
Son of a bitch. I knew it was something Wayne, but I couldn't think of the beginning.
That's a good.
Yeah, Eowyn.
There we go.
Yeah.
Eowyn.
It was Ungoliath, or Ungoliath, or however you say that nonsense, was the spider. Osgoloth was the name of their first capital city.
Oh, okay. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
But no, I know, Jeff. The Mouth of Sauron was a Black Numenorian. And the sad thing for me is Amazon, who's got, a lot of money. They didn't even bother. All they get was the movie rights. They didn't even bother to go to the family and get the actual rights to Tolkien, right? Because I would have loved to see the story, a Silmarillion story based around the end of Numenor, right? That would have been really cool. But that's not what we're getting because they don't own the rights to any of that, dude. We're just getting their own fan fiction, and that's unfortunate.
Yes. Yeah.
It's really unfortunate. Now,
well, it's unfortunate, but considering what their fan fiction is, I'm okay with them not getting the rights to the actual stuff to bastardize it. Because holy crap, does this look terrible?
It does. We don't know because we haven't seen it yet. I mean, it's not like we couldn't write good fan fiction. But the one of the real big problems is with the elven princess there, and what they're doing with her doesn't make any sense at all. If you ever read the books, it's like, what are you doing? The whole black elf thing, I could give a shit, dude. I really don't care. But that's not my. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. But for me, it's just disappointing that they didn't get the rights. Because my goodness, dude, imagine a Numenor story. That would be awesome, dude. It would be awesome. But whatever. We're not getting it. So, take that. And of course, number one is Sauron, obviously. And he's the big bad.
Which again, if you're doing the movies, yes. If you're doing the actual mythos, he's not the biggest bad in the whole universe. His master is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
That is, unfortunately, they don't really touch, I don't think at all in the movies, because it would cheapen him a little bit. But because the books weren't really supposed to just be books, they were supposed to be part of a much grander mythology. That was the idea. You do get some of that. You do understand that. And especially if you read the other stuff, you really understand that Sauron, while incredibly dangerous and the Dark Lord of his time, he was nothing compared to his master.
Well,
nothing.
He is a servant, yeah. And of course, people who watch the movies have no clue. He's just the big bad. But we're talking about, I think, what was his name at that time? Was it Morgoth or was it a different name?
Morgoth was his master's. I think it's Melkor is his actual
name. Thank you, Melkor. Yeah. Because and that's the thing that's confusing me with what Amazon is doing, because it seems like they're leaning into the idea of the story of Numenor, and he's over there. He's tricked them. Like Loki, and they think he's a good guy, and whilst he's there, he creates the Rings of Power. So it seems like that's what they're doing, but they don't have the rights to that. So how are they? I don't understand, dude. I'm confused because they don't have the rights to do it, but yet it looks like they're trying to do their own fan fiction version of it. Why would you even, dude? Why would you don't pull on Superman's cape, buddy?
Yep. Don't spit in the wind, and you are spitting, and it's a blowing.
Didn't they pay?
Wow, he's really roboting bad. I can't hear him at all.
$250 million for the rights.
Yes,
they did. Or something. I read they paid a crazy amount too for whatever rights they got.
Yeah, but all they got was the movie rights, though, Ben. They didn't get
the They got the same rights.
They don't have anything Silmarillion whatsoever. That's why I'm confused of what's going on. But Melkor and him tricking the Numenorians and ultimately leading to their downfall. That would be a great story to tell. It also show you where the Rings of Power come from, because he forges them there. It would be a great story, and it's like it seems from the trailers that's like what they want to lean into, although it's clearly an anthology show. But they don't have the rights to it, so don't I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be
But
weird.
I would, with a competent team, or even Peter Jackson is enough. Would love to get into some Silmarillion and some of the actual deep lore of Lord of the Rings, because there's a lot you can play with there, because it's not as fleshed out as the saga. So you have a lot more wiggle room.
Right, and you could do an
But
anthology series, and you could bring in
yes,
guest directors and stuff like that, right?
you could do something. You could so much cool stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So much cool stuff, because the old eras were far more magical. There was far more fantastical creatures, even than what you see in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, in the movies and in the books. And it could just be so cool. It would be so cool to see the giant mountain-sized spider, to see the dragon that blocks out the sun, to see these things with modern technology. You could do such cool shit. But no, we're not going to get that.
Yeah, it would
We're not
be
going
cool.
to get.
No, we're gonna get fan fiction, which no. Well, I'm certainly a person who waits and sees, but it doesn't sound good, dude. But
No.
anyway, Jeff is on his Tolkienism. He's an expert.
It's Tolkienism.
Because Alan says, "Where's Ilhan Omar?" And Jeff says she's somewhere down in Harad, burning dung as fuel and marrying one of her brothers. Good job, Jeff. Nice reference in there. You're good. Okay. But anyway, I don't agree with this list at all. God damn it, Slade. Slade. Go read a book.
What are you doing, Slade?
Damn it.
Just because you got a cool name doesn't mean you can just be dumb, all right?
True.
Be smarter.
That's true.
Fuck.
Unbelievable. But anyway, let's move on here a little bit. And go ahead and read this and give me 1 second. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Twitter and Kotaku are outraged over Muslim FaZe Clan player Virus refusing to support LGBTQ plus and Pride Month. I did see him tweet something about this. I didn't really delve too deep into it. It probably says more in this article, obviously, I would assume. But basically what he had said is he doesn't support any of this Pride stuff or the alphabet people, as Dave Chappelle calls them, because he's Muslim, and he never will. Okay? That's pretty much the breadth and the width of it from what I understand. There could be more, but that's what I saw. I think that's his prerogative, and it's his position. I just wish that they didn't make such a huge deal about it. Because all you're doing is you're putting a microscope on it, whereas you're not going to change his opinion. You're not going to. I highly doubt you're going to get him to change his religious belief by cyberbullying him. So all you're actually doing is validating what he believes by going after him. You're entrenching him in his belief that he's right, because now he's going to feel persecuted if you come at him for it. I wish people understood that. But unfortunately, we have a culture that attacks people for these things and does not de-radicalize, if you want to call it that. All it does is entrench people into the belief that X, Y, or Z finds repugnant. It's kind of like back in the day when Christians were much more preachy in common spaces. I'd say they're a lot less than they used to be, especially growing up. And I personally saw people just... You get in their face with something like this, and they immediately click back into their heels, and now they're in a defensive position, right? They're not so much in a rational position where they're going to argue against you why you're wrong or why they hold the beliefs they hold. They're in an emotional defensive position. Now, some Christians would do this intentionally because they were trying to make people uncomfortable. They thought it would lead them to making, spiritual decisions or whatever. I don't know if that's necessarily a beat you want to take, but I know personally, I grew up in a church, there were Christians who did that. They were intentionally antagonistic about these sorts of things. I don't think that really works. I think even if you get somebody to, quote, convert, it's not going to stick, because they only did it in the moment of emotional distraught. They didn't do it because of actual self-reflection, most likely. But yeah, I did see a little bit of this. I don't know how much, if any, shit he's got for it. Probably, I hope not very much, strictly because I just don't think that's going to work, and because I think people should be allowed to have their beliefs. I didn't see anywhere where he was derogatory towards anybody. He just said he doesn't support it, from what I saw, the tweet I saw. So, I can't hate him for that. It's his opinion. I don't know where Chester went. Is Chester alive? Chester! You left me with a headline. Oh, Ben's here. Somebody's here.
I'll probably go all Roboto at some point. Right, but that's fine. I mean, he's free to be an idiot if he wants. So,
Yeah.
I got no problem with someone being an idiot.
I love when Ben's internet is slow because he sounds
being
so
an
sleepy.
The world's full of them.
Yeah. Well, no,
So,
and of course, I don't know what you guys have been saying.
I mean, this is Chet?
The reason I brought this up, I don't know what you guys said, but let me put the reason I put this up here.
It was mostly Thundero talking about, like, hey, don't.
Okay. I hope that power comes on soon. But here's the thing. Sorry about that. But the reason I put this up here is not because I agree with this fella. He's part of the FaZe clan, I guess, or FaZe clan. I don't know how they pronounce it, but this guy's name is Virus, and they're professional gamers, I guess. I don't really know, but the reason I put it up here is he cannot support his team came out with the Pride Month thing to show off their support for it and stuff like that. Here it is, and that's their symbol, I guess. And fair enough, whatever. And he came out and says, the other people in my team support it and good for them, but I cannot support any of the LGBTQ stuff because I am a Muslim. And okay, fine, it's his religion, whether you like it or not. However, the Twitterati fell on him like rain from the sky, and he got a whole bunch of hate. And people demanding him be there, Kotaku demanding he be removed, and their people be removed, yada 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 yada. But of course, But the reason I put it up here is because this dude is a Muslim, but yet he's been canceled, and I thought they weren't allowed to cancel the Muslims.
Apparently, the rainbow comes before the crescent. Apparently, on the chart. Okay. You see, Chester. I'm guessing. I don't know. Apparently, if they canceled him over it, or I don't think they did. I'm looking at his thing. He's still part of the group, from what I can see.
I'm just saying they're demanding it. There's a lot of hate coming at him.
Yeah, they're trying to. They're trying to cancel him.
And I don't really care. None of that means anything to me. I just thought it was interesting because I thought the Muslims were the untouchables.
It depends. It depends on what they touch. So there are obviously aspects of Muslim religion / culture that a lot of Westerners take great exception to. This is one of them. I personally don't. I don't really care what Muslims believe. My exception to Islam is Islam itself, not its particulars. But regardless of that, he's from Saudi Arabia. He lives in Jeddah, according to his Twitter. Like, what did people expect him to believe? like, what did you expect, guys? He's in the heart of fundamentalist Islam. Like, it doesn't get much more hardcore than the Saudis' version of Islam that they practice, and they do so very viciously. I really, it's what's more surprising to me is that people were surprised. To be honest, I mean, what did you expect? They'd be like walking into Israel and a Jewish person be like, you know what? I like Judaism. Wow, I am stunned.
Yeah.
I am flabbergasted by this development.
Yeah, I just thought it was odd. But yeah, of course they that's their religion. They believe what they want. But here's the thing, though. I did kind of want to add a second little question in here, and I really hope Ben's mic is working because I'd like to hear his answer. But here's my question: if you study world history and you look at all the different religions we've had throughout time, keep in mind, I'm sure there's thousands upon thousands of religions that have existed we don't even know about. I'm sure, right? But of the ones we do know, the only ones that actually have major issues with the homosexuals are the Abrahamic ones, right? If you go back to
Hmm.
of course, today, Buddhism exists only in the East. Most people think it's not true. The Scandinavian religion is the old archaic version of Buddhism.
Mm.
They had no issue in their religion with it. You go look at the old animistic stuff. They had no particular issue with it. And of course, we still have a major animistic religion that's still around in India, right?
Hmm.
And you, like I said, Buddhism is kind of a modern version of a much older thing, right? Because we had our animism, and then we had the kind of Greek style of telling the story through allegory, right? But in between that, you had
Hmm.
the what we call Buddhism today. But if you look at all these religions from around the world, they didn't really have any specific stated anti-homosexual thing. Now, we didn't live in those cultures. We don't know what it was like there, but they weren't really. There's nothing in the writing anyway. You understand what I'm
Mm.
saying? That is specifically anti-homosexual. It's just the Abrahamics.
Hmm.
The Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, and of course, secular Jews don't seem to have any problem with it at all. But why is that? You think? Why is it just the middle of the desert, the hot Middle East? Why is the such an extreme anti-homosexuality coming out of that one region of the world, where the rest of the world just didn't really seem to have much mention of it? I mean, in
Well,
practicality, we don't really know, but you understand my
I don't
question.
know how true that is necessarily, though, because I know in like the idea that of the modern idea of homosexuality, a lot of the Mediterranean anyway, it wasn't really a thing. Meaning there was men having sex with men, but
Sure.
it wasn't a romantic thing. It was typically a dominance thing or a
Well,
punishment
Greek
in often
soldiers,
cases.
Japanese soldiers. I get your point. Yeah,
Yeah, and I think that it was, if I had to guess,
yeah.
it was probably more of a cultural taboo than it was a religious taboo.
Yeah, probably.
Because I know in Rome it was very taboo, right? It happened, but it was still not something in any way promoted or celebrated.
No,
Um,
but it wasn't hated, it wasn't attacked, it wasn't
right,
murdered.
exactly,
It wasn't murdered.
right.
The
It wasn't a
Abrahamics,
religious thing; it
right?
was a cultural thing.
Right. But what I'm saying is,
Yeah,
I'm talking about religion, not culture.
yeah.
But the only religions that I know of that are straight up murderous of homosexuals are the Abrahamics. And I'm sure there is cultural issues because, I mean, in all honesty, in modern times, you could be a homosexual in a much more healthy, safe way. In the past, you're bringing on possibility of disease and
Mm.
infection and all kind of when we talk about gays anyway. But so I'm sure there were cultural issues. I'm not saying there weren't, but I'm talking straight up religion. Because I've studied every religion we know of, dude. I have,
Hmm.
and there's just no mention of it. And I guess the religion just kind of left that to the culture, and it separated the two, maybe, right? But I'm just
That's what I think,
curious,
probably.
probably.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious, why is it the Abrahamic religions, particularly, are so violent against the homosexuals?
Well, like you said, you studied them. Are the Abrahamic religions more? Because I know obviously they're monotheistic, at least in their stated purpose, even though technically they're not. But they're much more theocratic than a lot of the
Well,
other ones,
they're
from my understanding.
bureaucratic. They're bureaucracies, is what they
Yes.
are.
Yes.
Catholic,
Well,
the Universal Church or Catholicism is just a big, huge bureaucracy.
right.
The spin-off of that, which is Islam, because that was a Christian a sect originally that became its own thing. They were
Right.
much more a military conquering type of. They were a military religion. that's still here today. And of course, the Hebrews were basically they were the priesthood of the Sumerian priesthood is what they were. They
Hmm.
is what how they came out, and they, of course they went and did their own thing. But I don't want to get into a big talk about the migrations and all that kind of stuff. But I'm asking the question because I don't really have an answer. I don't understand what it is
I,
about that
so,
region of the world that demands violence against them. Because here's the thing,
can,
I don't really care what they do, but I also don't want it in my life. But I'm telling you what, I'm not going to cause any harm or violence to a homosexual. Why
Right.
would I? Why would I want to hurt anybody for something so innocuous?
Mm.
so I think there's a portion of this that is about if you get into those specific religions, there because depending on which version you're talking about, tithing is so important,
It is
right?
true.
That especially within Catholicism, right? There's a big aspect of tithing, and so much like and again, especially within Catholicism, they're very anti prophylactics, right? And contraceptives, right? So and that's they don't like their people using like condoms or getting the snip or stuff like that or using birth control, and so this all kind of goes back to the whole they want couples to have more babies who grow up to be Catholics who tithe to the church, right?
True. It's a
And I
bureaucracy. No,
think
you're right, dude. It is a
Yeah,
bureaucracy.
I was laughing
so
at
and I
Jeff
think
Potts' comment.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry,
I
go
know.
ahead.
No history. I don't care about your history of it. I won't sleep with you. No, I
so
think
I
it's a
think the
good point,
point.
too, Ben. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think the point being is that the very concept of homosexuality, especially long ago, they thought was a threat to the church because those are people who aren't having
Sure.
babies
It's
to then
anathema.
participate. Right. So I think that's what it really comes down to is
Me.
that the
Economics.
prospect of the church, yeah, economics, right? Like I mean, remember like way back in the day, who was the largest owner of brothels, right? It was the Catholic Church,
Oh, yeah.
right? So
Hmm.
they're obviously not against specific aspects or interpretations of sin, right? Especially during that era, it was really an economics play for them. Have more babies who grow up to be Catholics who add more to the church.
And, we can't put violence past them for economic sake because they've done it many times. All of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, everybody has.
that's true. But I mean, and it's good. No, it's a good point he's making about tithing because keep in mind the old
Yeah.
churches, the ancient, depending on what phase you want to put it in, they were usually state sponsored. And not only
Right.
did they not take tithing once or twice a year, depending on a festival that was going on, the state would sponsor those festivals and would give, often meat out to the public during that festival. So it was actually the state was footing the bill, right? Not you, the
Right.
public. The tithing thing was certainly later. That's a good point. Um,
Well, and another thing, like I was trying to get to, their their organization of their religions, especially the Catholics, the Orthodox, and the Jewish, is they kind of became the state, or they became equivalent to, or even more powerful than most states or state-like structures around them, especially the Catholics for a very long time. And they would enforce, tax paying and tithing and things violently if necessary on the peoples that they had control over. And I don't know if any other religions. I mean, there's a few examples, but not. I don't think anywhere near to that level of the
no,
Abrahamics.
no, they
Um,
are very very violent in that regard.
yeah,
Jeff
yeah,
says part of it may have to do with the laws of purity, which were there to prevent the spreading of disease. Disease was a huge problem back in the ancient times. It was,
yeah.
but but it's not something that is new to the very modern bureaucratic system that a religion tends to take today. I mean, go back and
Hmm.
tell an Athenian that they are not pure. Good luck with that.
Hmm.
You know what I
They're
mean?
probably as clean as you, or cleaner than
Well, I'm
most
saying
people today,
especially
the
the
Athenians.
worshipers of Athena, they were very, very
Yeah.
hygienic. And that was a big
Yes.
part of their religion, actually. And a lot of
Hmm.
the ancient religions were very, very high on hygiene, which is one of the things that irritates me a lot about Hollywood movies, especially when we're
Oh
dealing
yeah.
with white people's historical type movies. They're always dirty. It's like,
It's stupid.
what is wrong with you? Those people washed every day. They would not have existed a decade if they lived like that. For God's
Right.
sake, dude, why does the Viking always have to have filth all over his body? Those people were highly hygienic, dude. Every morning they cleaned. That pisses me off. But anyway, it's not a big deal. I just put this here because I thought it was odd because I don't see them attack the Muslims much because they've kind of taken up that banner.
I
But
did see somebody say something under because I think he's deleted this tweet now, or at least I don't see it on his timeline. Somebody said something or retweeted it and said something to the effect of oh, to be a Muslim, oh, how does one learn this power, or something like that, that meme.
oh yeah, yeah.
Because there's a lot of Christians who share the same belief, but if they come out and say something like this, of course they're going to be decimated culturally. Whereas a Muslims seem to, they get people bitching at them, but by and large, it just washes off their back. Like, he hasn't been canceled from this organization. Maybe they will, but so far as I can tell, that hasn't happened. And he hasn't lost any sponsorships or anything. So
Yeah. Well, I don't really care. I just put it here out of curiosity and to have the little conversation we had. Brett says, obviously, there were bad parts of the 50s too. Don't think anyone wants part of that. I guess he's talking about, religious stringency in the 50s. But do keep in mind, they were boiling homosexuals in oil 1,000 years ago.
that's true.
Literally.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems a little extreme, guys.
bit.
Maybe, I don't know.
A little bit.
That's a little harsh.
At least the
I know.
Muslims are just pushing them off of mountaintops.
Yeah, off of tall buildings and mountaintops. That's the more humane way to deal with it, I guess.
I guess. But I mean, it's curious to me because I don't understand the idea of wanting to bring fatal violence to someone for simply being homosexual. It just doesn't make sense to me. If they're murdering people, if they're bringing harm to children, if they're burning your crops, or if there's some real reason to want to bring violent death to someone, okay, I get it. But just because they're gay, I just don't get
Yeah.
it. And where these
Well,
religions are the only religions that sponsor that. The other ones
Well, and the
don't.
worst part is the religion, Christianity, as we call it, which is a silly name. Christianity, Jesus didn't endorse that. Jesus
he did
didn't
not.
endorse murdering people in the name of God.
No, as a matter of fact, you know what Jesus said? He said, "Let God judge."
Yeah, God will handle it.
Yeah, God will
And
handle it. Yeah.
yeah. Now, I'm not saying there's not a time and a place, because other parts of the Bible do say there's a time and a place for everything.
Sure.
But I don't know where Christians get that zealotry from. I genuinely don't. I've read the Bible backwards and forward. I've read it in every language it's written in, actually written in, not just translated to. I don't know where that comes from. I understand why they consider it a sin. I understand that they shouldn't practice it according to the Bible. I get all that. That's fine. But there's a difference between saying, I think this is wrong, I'm not going to do it, and that person has to die for doing it.
Yeah, it's weird.
There's a big difference between those two things.
It's a bizarre conclusion to come to. I mean, the Bible does say a man should not lie with a man and a woman should not lie with a woman. Okay, fair. It also says you should not lie with a beast, which is a mispronunciation, by the way. It says you shall not mix with a person of mixed blood. I don't know how that became a beast. But and there's lots of,
Well, Jesus also lays out the prescribed family, the prescribed way that man and woman, or man is supposed to exist romantically, I guess you would call it, and it's a man and a woman for one lifetime. He says that specifically, or something very close to it. That comes from him directly. There is no direct commendation or condemnation of homosexuality itself from Jesus Christ, but there is a direct condemnation for all sexual sins outside of marriage from Jesus Christ.
Well,
so they're not wrong in their interpretation that scripturally homosexuality is a sin. They're wrong in the zealotry for punishing it. That is not your place.
Fair enough.
That's not your job.
And it says very specifically it's not. And I understand modern, the creation of the Catholic Church by Constantine himself was basically the old church of Mithraism and the Gnostic put together. But I'm telling you what, The old Mithrans had nothing in there about it at all, and the Gnostics most certainly had nothing about it, because one
Right.
of the things about the Gnostics, who are the true Christians, by the way, those people are.
Oh, don't tell the modern
Well, I'm
Christians. They
just
don't like
telling you,
hearing that.
historically. But they're the ones who believe in the duality of man, meaning you have a feminine and male and a masculine, each of us and all, right?
Yes.
So, but anyway, I don't want to stick on it too much. I just thought it was weird, because, and Jeff made a good point here. Well, don't forget they used to stone people for adultery. So it wasn't just
Yep.
homosexuals. True. They were
They were
pretty
even
hard.
supposed to stone children for dishonoring their parents.
Yeah.
That's how radical it got for a minute there. I think, in all honesty, here's what I think. I think if you take Jesus' personal philosophy that he espoused, you cannot go wrong. I think it's flawless logically, and it's mainly because
It's
it
just
probably
a
wasn't.
way to live your life, and I get it, and but I don't care about whether you agree with it or not. I'm just talking about the violence,
Yeah.
because it just there's no reason to bring harm to someone for something so innocuous, but whatever, you know, if someone, anyway, moving on. Yeah,
Moving on.
moving on. Now, I wanted to mention real quick the
Look
fact
at him.
that there have been for a long time a lot of Star Wars comic books, and some of them are
That's
pretty good.
true.
The Darth Vader run was going really well until that idiot's opened his mouth. I can't even remember his name now, but we shouldn't because he's an idiot. And some of the things they did in the modern Star Wars comics are a bit weird. But there are some really solid ones, though. There really are. And the Darth Vader one was excellent. Did you read that?
I've read excerpts of it. I haven't read the whole thing.
I have read many of them, and it did get weird toward the end of it. Well, that's why it doesn't exist anymore. But it was really well done, and there were some really good comic books. So I know maybe not everyone's 100% aware that there are Star Wars comics. There are, and some of them are pretty good. And I would suggest you go check them out and have a read. And that leads me into this debacle.
Obi-Wan Kenobi writer appears to be oblivious of Revenge of the Sith. Has no clue Kenobi knew Anakin was Darth Vader.
Right.
Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez.
We have a comma, John, when you really wanted a period, and clearly you
Yeah.
knew this because you made the H capital.
Yeah, that's
Maybe, or
that's
you're
a
just
good
doing
place for a period.
the headline thing. I don't know what he's doing here, but whatever, Trent. But here's the thing with this. I've been saying here for years. One of the big problems we have now, mainly we talk about comic books, board games, and stuff like that, video games here, but it's across the board. One of the big problems we have is people don't do the research. They don't do the work anymore. They
Yep.
don't actually know about what they're involved with. And this is a huge problem. I don't care about the politic. I don't care about any of that nonsense. All of that is aside. If you're doing something, you should do it with the idea and the energy that you're going to do it right. One of the best things my dad ever said to me was very simple. You do it once, you do it right.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's true. And I always try to attain that in my life. I try to make sure I'm knowledgeable about what I'm doing and I do it the best I can, your best effort. And I've been complaining about this for years because clearly these people do not know what the hell they're doing. And I don't know why they have a job because there's plenty of people who do know what they're doing who would deserve the job better. This person here that has been writing on this, his name is. Joby Harold. I don't know if that's a boy or a girl. Whatever. I think they use the word he, so whatever. But nevertheless, this person who is writing Obi-Wan Kenobi, which is an absolute disaster because they're doing the same thing they did to Luke Skywalker's character, which is not appropriate. It's not who Obi-Wan is. And the reason why they're doing that because they don't know who Obi-Wan Kenobi is. This person didn't even know that Kenobi knew who Anakin Skywalker was. Had no clue. He knows absolutely nothing about Star Wars whatsoever, but yet he's writing a Disney Plus series.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Someone help me.
How does that happen?
That you're
Explain.
talking about big ass money, right?
Yeah.
Lots of money. and a person who, of his own volition, his own words, is telling you he knows nothing about the character. And he was surprised when he found out. Now, Ben, I know.
Ben's gone, unfortunately.
Oh, well, he was having his power's down. That's too bad.
Yeah.
He would have liked this conversation. But yeah, I don't know what to say, dude. I mean, and we were talking about millions of dollars, right?
Yeah.
And you've hired a person who doesn't know anything about the characters, doesn't know anything about the stories, seemingly knows nothing about Star Wars. But that is your person writing a legacy character, right?
Yeah.
Obi-Wan is not new. He's been around since day
For a minute.
one.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I don't get it. I don't get why you would hire somebody who is apparently, as the headline says, oblivious to the storyline of the character that you're writing. It doesn't even make sense on any level. Like, okay, say you're Disney and you want to do some social engineering. Let's concede that for a second that that's what they're doing. Why would you hire somebody who has absolutely no idea what they're writing about to do it? All you're going to do is turn off the fans who would, a lot of people wanted to see this, by the way. They wanted to see Ewan McGregor back as Kenobi. They wanted a cool Kenobi series of his time on Tatooine and things. A lot of people wanted that for years. I heard chatter all over the internet about it.
Sure, long time. Yeah.
So why would you go out of your way to hire somebody who's inept? Who not only does not have the knowledge, but does not have the desire to gain the knowledge to do this properly.
No.
Even if you were trying to do something subversive with it, wouldn't you think you would get somebody who at least knows the material, so that way when they do the subversion, it works?
Well, dude, old Pablo had to step in. Literally. Because, I mean, look what he says here. Harold was speaking to the rap, and he revealed that he did, in his original pitch for Kenobi, he didn't even know that Darth Vader had survived their battle. So he thought Darth Vader was dead. Right? And he's so proud the way he's talking. Listen to the way he's talking. He said, that was actually not something I pitched originally. That was something I discovered along the way and sort of had to confirm with Pablo Hidalgo and really think, hold on a second, what does he actually know? Well, first of all, why are you pitching something for a character you don't even know?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Why are you pitching at all, dude? And he's proud of it. He's proud.
Yeah,
that's fucked in the head.
I have no answers for you. That's the fact that this person was given money to perform this task.
Yeah,
is why Disney must be destroyed. This is why, for no other reason than the sheer malice and incompetent malice with which they behave about these properties.
But not only did he give a pitch for a character he knows zero about, he was accepted and taken in. And then had to be educated. What? Right? He didn't know that Obi-Wan was well aware who Anakin Skywalker was. He didn't know what Vader meant. He didn't understand it. He saw the two as the same thing. He says he didn't know who Vader was at the time at all. He doesn't know their relationship. He doesn't know their connection. He didn't understand their reputation. He said these are all pieces of the puzzle. You think? He hasn't watched Revenge of the Sith at all. He hasn't, Avi, I don't know if he's seen any of it. Avi, how could he have seen any of it? If you saw the original movie, he mentions Anakin Skywalker. In the very beginning of the movie, he mentions Anakin. So clearly this dude hasn't seen anything Star Wars, but yet he's putting forward a pitch for an Obi-Wan Kenobi and accept it. Someone needs to be slapped, dude. Someone.
Yeah. Someone needs to be hard slapped. It's preposterous. There's literally no good reason this person, none, this person has this job. There's absolutely no reason anybody with sense gives this person this job. There are literally thousands of more qualified people out there who can write better or at least as well with knowledge as this guy. Literally. I'm not being hyperbolic.
No.
And yet somehow this is what we're given by Disney Corporation. What the fuck are you doing, Disney?
And
Like, I get you hate Star Wars. I get it. You hate what George Lucas built. You hate all the characters. You want to destroy it. I get that. But if you're going to destroy it or going to try, can you at least do it with some competent fucking people?
yeah,
Please?
that's true.
Jesus.
But he's really excited though because he's going to have a moment where Kenobi discovers that Vader's still alive. Kenobi already knows that. He's well aware. He left him.
Oh,
alive.
boy.
And of course, he would know that anyway because Vader's going around the goddamn galaxy murdering every Jedi he can get, you fucker. And in the first few episodes, you show that they're still searching.
Yeah.
And Obi-Wan is well aware of it because you cowered his ass out to hide. Right? The
Yep.
best, although Thundero's going to disagree with me, the best
That's right.
one-on-one fighter you got is going to sit there and cower. Are you kidding me? Right?
Yep.
But oh my god, dude, this just pissed me off, dude.
It's just stupid. It's stupid. There's no other word for it. It's intentional. It has to be intentional. This level of incompetence does not exist. It can't. Disney would implode tomorrow if they're this incompetent.
Yeah.
They would fall apart in a day. So this is intentional. They brought this person in because he knows somebody or he sucks the right dick or whatever. It's so insulting. And every Star Wars fan, I don't care who you are, you owe George Lucas an apology.
Yeah.
Forever shitting on the prequels. I don't care how terrible they were. They weren't this.
No, they weren't.
They sure as shit weren't this.
They were at least competent. But I'm going to move on from this. But this is a very good example of what I've been talking about for years. I don't mind, and Ben has made this point as well, and I agree with him. I know a lot of you guys don't. But changing things up, doing new ideas, giving things a try, like Caseta had done. I don't have a problem with that. Just do it competently. Make sure that you are inside the life of the character or the story, right? But we're not getting this. We're getting people that have no clue about what they're doing whatsoever in regards to the characters. And then you have the incompetence, because another thing that's coming out of this Obi-Wan, which we've seen across the board, is the writing's just not that good anyway.
No. It's tragically bad, actually, in some cases.
And of course, the acting isn't really up to par with all the characters either. But
it's just pathetic, man. It's like, Disney, you have a gold mine here. Literally, one man made himself a billionaire off of this franchise. You bought it and doubled his money that he had earned, or almost doubled it, or whatever it was, because it was so valuable, because it was so well crafted, and had so much earnings potential because of how well crafted it was. And all you have done since you've acquired it is shit on it. Repeatedly.
Yeah.
Constantly. I don't understand why. Like, I get that they wanted to destroy the past. They very clearly said that in The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
So they could remake it in their image and only pay, they don't have to worry about royalties and things like this. Okay. But you've done so much destruction now that is there anything left to build off of?
Well,
have they completely destroyed all of the foundations now? Because Obi-Wan was the last character they hadn't fucked, to be honest.
right.
I mean, even Yoda in The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
Like, what did they do with Yoda?
They got to get rid of him. I'm sure he's going to die at the end of this because Harold here doesn't know anything about the story, so I'm sure it's coming. But the thing is, though, and I agree with you, Alan. This does reek of coffee bringer Kathleen Kennedy. The thing with it is, once they got it, and if I were a boss over there at Disney, and I have been a boss, so I can speak from experience, I would have sat down and I would have said, all right, we got this IP. It's a money-making to the bank IP, right? Therefore, what do we do with this? Now, the first words out of my mouth would have been, we're not going to touch George Lucas's stuff. We're not going to touch it. We're going to go and do our own thing. We're going to flesh out Knights of the Old Republic, or even the High Republic thing, which is where they're putting all their all of their woke stuff. But whatever, I would have chose something that it's a really big galaxy. There's thousands of years of history. I would have chose someone, maybe the Mandalorian Wars. That would have been interesting.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Or I wouldn't have touched Lucas stuff at all. I would have made it my own from day one. From day one.
Yes.
Right? And therefore I wouldn't have had to pay George anything beyond the initial thing, because no royalties, because they're all new characters we're creating all by ourselves. That would be the smart business decision. They have been losing money all along here because they've decided to not only to continue George's story, but to destroy them, get him out of the way for their future, of course. But they're paying George the whole time here because his characters keep showing up, right? When
They're the only ones that make money.
right,
That's why.
which it would have been more profitable
Yeah.
for them to do their own thing. And I'm telling you what, if that Disney took a little time, worked out a storyline, a progress of 10, 20 movies, just like they did with Marvel Studios, with the initial stuff with Feige run phase 1 through 3, they would have had just as many people excited showing up on day one. And if they delivered something really cool, they would have kept it.
So remember Force Awakens, right?
Yeah.
One of the biggest movies of all time. I think it's like 3 or 4.
Oh,
it's up
dude,
it's up
The
there.
hype was
Huge.
huge hype. That's what I mean.
Humongous. Imagine, if you will, they have a plan, they execute the plan like you're talking about, like they did with the MCU, how big of a movie we could have gotten at the end of that, like an Endgame. Because Endgame was a cultural event
It was.
all over the world.
It was.
And I think it is the most profitable movie ever made. Or at least one of them. It's way up there. It's the biggest revenue of all time. I know that. Star Wars could have been way bigger than that.
Oh yeah, no, it
Should have been
could have.
way bigger than that.
You're right. No,
But instead, what it did is lose revenue, I think, every time it lost
it
revenue.
has. It keeps losing money by at least half, in some cases worse.
Yes.
But the thing with it is that incredible hype we all saw for this Force Awakens, that would have happened no matter what. Disney, Star Wars, everyone was excited. It didn't matter where the story was or who the characters were. Everyone was going to show up for it because the hype was huge, and they could have said it any time they wanted. They could have still had the Daisy Ridley character. They could have done all their own things with their own characters. They had no connection to George whatsoever. That would have been the smart executive choice, and it would have been the best creative choice going forward. And I don't understand how they have such high-powered executives over there making mistakes that even a little old me wouldn't make. I mean, who am I? And I wouldn't make such a stupid mistake.
Well, if you're going to touch George's stuff at all, you can't go in and shit on it. Right? I mean, JJ, we don't like JJ much, but at least he understood that. Right? At least he understood that he had to at least try and give these characters something that felt like themselves. Now, unfortunately, he regressed them all entirely and just defeated the purpose of the entire first trilogy, but I understood why he did it. He didn't do that. I don't think he did that out of malice. I think he did that because he was trying to reboot this thing. But if you're going to touch it at all, I think the way to have touched it, if you're going to mention Skywalker at all, is either you jump in the past, and then you just kind of you're basically telling a story that's irrelevant to it, like you said, or you jump in the future, and Luke is just a legend, and that's it.
Yeah.
You don't have to ever even really see it. Maybe you see a Force ghost to Luke at one point or something with Mark showing up doing a cameo. But that's it.
Yeah.
You could mention Han as a legendary general and smuggler and all these things, and Princess Leia, and have maybe a picture of him or something, or a hologram or something. You could do that kind of stuff. Make the original stuff and the prequels way background stuff, and then just jump into the future and tell a new story. That's what they should have done. They could have even used a Skywalker.
They could have done that.
Way in the future.
They could have done that if they wanted, but like I said, I really think they should have removed themselves 100%.
I think what they should have done right out of the gate is with Old Republic. Just do it, because George doesn't own that stuff. They could have played in that field.
The fans
Just do
would
it.
have lost their damn mind, dude.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I would still, and I hate Disney, but if they did it right, I'd still love it because the Old Republic storylines are awesome.
Yeah.
They're so good.
I agree.
Ah,
Yeah, no, I know that, Jeff. But I'm going to move on from this. But it's yeah, it just seems like it seems like it's unreal. It's like almost like it was some fever dream that this headline exists. And understand, this isn't speculation. This is from Harold's mouth. He's proud that he knows
yep.
nothing about Star Wars. He's
Yeah.
proud of it. Listen to the way he's talking, dude. It's ridiculous.
It's just, it's absurd. It's clown world is what it is. It's absurdity that this multi-billion-dollar organization would hire this person or allowed this person to be hired to write on your franchise, your second biggest franchise you have. I just don't even. What do you do with that mentally? It's so absurd. It's so absurd.
Yeah. And Roger, I really don't think you want a nude picture of Princess Leia. She's been dead for a little while.
She's real nude now. Holy shit.
Ho. Anyway, moving on.
Former Superman, son of Kal-El creator Gabe Eltaeb, is that how you say that? Blasts former Star Wars editor Heather Antos, describes her as, quote, Amber Heard of print comics, end quote. Ooh! Ooh, Gabe! That's mean, Gabe, but I like it.
But it's
I like it.
kind of accurate. But this is connecting to the Joe Quesada story. I just wanted to have a little bit of fun interlude in the middle before getting back to it. And I mentioned Heather Antos deliberately because of this article. But here's the thing. Okay, this right here. But here's the thing with this. Once again, we have a person. Her name is what's her name? Here we go. Irene Strichalski, Polish.
Polish people.
Okay. But here's the thing. Heather Antos is absolutely heartbroken to see someone who she used to respect and admire and call a friend even actively choose to align herself with these toxic comic skaters. Now, here's the thing. Irene hasn't done anything of the sort. But she's just crowdfunding, and she's doing her dream, which is this right here. It's her dream project, and she's happy to get it out, and she's going to be crowdfunding. She's so excited. And who has to rain on her parade? Heather Antos. Right?
Of course.
And of course, other people in the community say, did that friend join Comicsgate? And you even get something from Jimmy Palamati, which connects very nicely to the original story I was talking about, him and Joe Quesada. That I try to call, he's at least being somewhat reasonable. It says, I try to call out privately to that person and have an honest conversation, making my point of view clear, and at the same time try to understand what made them go that way. They deserve a chance to explain. The least I can do for someone I consider a friend. You're right. You're right, Jimmy. You're right.
Yeah.
Heather ain't having it, Jimmy. Heather is not having it. She is more important in the comic book world than your decades of work, sir. Your writing is irrelevant because Heather Antos has spoken. Yeah.
Because somebody's office girlfriend has spoken. Yeah.
Yeah, when someone chooses to align themselves with those who have personally attacked me and harassed me, come after my friend's career and private life, there's no extending an olive branch of understanding for me. Now, here's the thing. People have certainly called you out for your dumbass shit because you're much more of a Zoe Quinn than an Amber Heard, really, Miss Antos. Because you're the little fuck girl in the Marvel offices that was getting all that influence, and we saw that directly because those boys started insinuating you directly in the comic books. Gwenpool, anybody? Spider-Gwen, anybody? Yeah. So we know what you were up to. All right. But beyond those personal attacks coming from that kind of stuff, did anyone go after your friends? Did someone attack you in your private life? Did that happen? I didn't hear that. I guarantee you if it did, we would have certainly heard about it for freaking months.
Oh, we'd still be hearing about it right now, today. I don't know. I can't speak to the veracity of it, but I know I didn't see it.
No.
But no, she was some executives. I don't remember whose. I can't remember now. basically the office girlfriend. Her
Yeah.
job was to be pretty for him, and that's what she did.
And the
And
thing
she
is,
has no talent. She has no skill.
right,
She's not somebody of any great, tactful mastery of this art craft. She is a fairly pretty girl who nerdy men like to have around, probably because she smiled at them.
right. And I'm not knocking her for that at all, dude.
Me neither.
Not
Get
at
paid.
all.
Do it.
I have no problem with that. What I do have with problem with what she's done after, because
Yeah.
look at what she's doing. Look what she just look at this. We got more to get to, but let's look at this. Jimmy Palmiotti, an actual well-respected, decades-long writer for comic books,
Yep.
right? Is telling her, maybe you should chill out a little bit and have a conversation with a person. And if you calling them your friend, don't they at least deserve that? That's what he said here. He was just more political about it. Jimmy, who is far more important than you will ever be, is saying, chill out a little bit, have a conversation, and see what's really going on, right? But no, her
Right.
response is to basically shoot down Jimmy and say, I shall never forgive. But here's the problem as we continue. This person, Irene, hasn't done anything other than crowdfund her book. She's not
That's right.
talking to anybody. And look at her comment here. You read this one.
Let's be clear about one thing. If you weren't there to support me while I was in the trenches for years trying to get my dream project off the ground, then you have no right to tell me what to do or who I promote my book with. Correct.
Fair enough. And she's just making it a straight out point. But as you look through further into it, she's actually not working with Ethan. Because let's be fair, who the heart of Comicsgate is Ethan Van Sciver, right?
Yep.
I mean, and she's not. I think what she probably did was ask some of the people who left comic books, maybe Art, maybe some of the other guys, and she gets some advice on how to crowdfund. Is probably what she did. And that's the end. That's the end of it, I think. But all just because she's crowdfunding, she is the villain. How dare she? We were friends, but now you are excommunicated, says Heather Antos. Okay, and she continues.
If you consider someone a friend, then you wouldn't be silent for years, only to message them with veiled threats just as their dream project is coming true. When you respect someone, you don't try to ruin them over simply speaking to people you don't like.
Fair.
Well, Miss Polish lady, whose name I'm not going to try to butcher, she doesn't respect you. She only respects herself and what's good for her.
Yeah, she's
No, she never was.
Yeah.
She was a narcissist. She is a narcissist. She is a star fucker, or at least she wants to be, and that's all she cares about.
Yeah.
It's obvious if you followed this woman, that's what she is.
She's Zoe Quinn.
Desperately wants validation. Desperately wants it.
Yeah, she does. She's exactly Zoe Quinn, is what she
Yep.
is, more than Amber Heard. I get the reference, but and it also in this little comment here, clearly they've had some trouble in their relationship anyway. You can tell from what you just read. But I mean, and I agree with her. She has a project she wants to do. She clearly talked to a few people about how to do crowdfunding, and they gave her some advice. Who knows? Maybe.
And why wouldn't you talk to Van Sciver? He's one of the most successful crowdfunders in this space. Period.
There's no evidence that she talked to him, though. Right?
Even if there was, why would you not? If you had the just ask him a question. Hey, Ethan, how should I market this?
Yeah,
something innocuous like that. You're not endorsing everything the guy's ever done just by asking him a question in a field he has proven to be an expert at, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, but for all we know, she talked to Mike, or she talked to Art, or she talked over to Benny, or she talked to one of those, because she clearly talked to one of the big dudes, or she talked to Todd McFarlane, for all we know.
Yes. Right? That famous comic skater Todd McFarlane.
Right. That's the thing. Who did she talk to, and who gives a shit? She wanted advice for her project, and you just blow up.
Exactly.
And it's not like she's joining Comicsgate. And honestly, no. I don't even know if Comicsgate's a thing beyond the minds of Heather Antos and her lot anyway. Is it?
Not really.
Because we're here.
Not really.
We're in the indie. We're certainly connected to Comicsgate, but is Comicsgate a thing? No. It blew up 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it blew up. Yeah. It doesn't exist outside of your delusion. It's changed as things do. And then she has to put caveat on it.
Supporting, quote, supporting minorities, women, and immigrants, end quote, my ass. I'm all of those things, but there's only one type of person who's trying to tell me what I can or can't do. Let's take a step back and look at who the real closed-minded bullies are, shall we? I do appreciate the fact that it's a Polish woman calling out her bullshit. Yeah. There's something, what's the word, delicious about that, Chester. Yes. Something, that the delicious irony of it. I like that. Yes.
Let's see. Alan has given us some information that I probably don't know. Renee is in the circle, and she's great. She has my art hanging behind her in all her vids. Dude, sweet. I didn't know that. So maybe she's more connected than I thought. But I'm also making the point that Comicsgate's not even a thing. It's not. It's going beyond really. That. I mean, I guess we can still put the umbrella over us if we'd like. But it's more. It's just. It's a separate in thing, and people are all over supporting indie comic people, and a lot of channels doing it in a much more economically effectively than we are. But the idea of Comicsgate blew up when Ethan decided it was all about Ethan, right? I mean, because Mike Miller's no longer with him. John Malin's no longer with him. Shit, Cecil's not even with him. For fuck's sake, dude.
Well, you also had, the original idea of Comicsgate was to create art. Well, originally it was basically just a bitch about what was going on in the big two.
Right.
But then it became more about like a customer movement about treating the customer well.
Do you remember how exciting it was? So,
and then
let's do it together.
That cocksucker Richard Meyer, became everything he claimed to hate and started talking about how it's okay if books are late. It's expected for them to be late, Chester. Don't you know how this works?
But, dude, the moment he didn't stand up and take the reins as he should have, the little comments he made and his pussing out and stuff, I knew immediately. That's why you don't hear me talk about Richard Meyer at all.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No. That dude's dead to me.
Yeah.
But Ethan himself, he kind of did fill a vacuum because of Meyer's weakness, and he did make it pretty much his show. And if you didn't fall in line with the fact that it's his show, then you were out.
Right.
And you know what? He's still going, and he's still making lots of money.
And good for him. But when he put up the Cap Comics thing, and he had an opportunity to bring in a lot of people, and the dude knows his shit, right? So he could look at a project and say, hey, that's a good project, and he could pull them under the banner. And imagine by now we could have a dozen new creators underneath Ethan's Cap Comic wing, and out there pushing and promoting. Right? Because I understand one of the frustrations. I'm not going to give him all the shit, because I understand the frustration of everybody coming to him, hey, help me out, Ethan, help me out. I understand that. But you can be discerning, especially someone with the years of experience and talent that he has. He could have been very discerning, and he could have chose things that he saw as an opportunity, because he knows how to do that. Right. But he just, it might have been just the pressure. I mean, I do give him shit, but I'm sure there's more than I know. And he just, no, I'm just dealing with me. All right, fine. But it's unfortunate because the excitement was palatable, dude. We could have made something. I mean, my God, look how better the whole manga anime people have done with that than we have.
It's insane. It's a whole different animal.
And it comes to Richard C. Meyer just pussing the fuck out, and then Ethan not being able to deal with the pressure or not wanting to, and just screw it, I'm going to do me. And he's still doing him, and he's still being successful. But it just fell apart, right? And now it's just we try to support best we can. But my point is, I don't think that Comicsgate is a thing beyond just simply a title people throw on it. Now, I'm glad Renee, or Irene here, is in the circle. I'm glad she's talking to people and getting stuff, and she sounds quite reasonable. But to put the label on her that she is betraying minorities and women and immigrants, what the hell? Sounds like she is an immigrant.
Yeah, it sounds like she's literally all of those things.
Yeah.
So how? What? White girl? Shut up, white girl. First of all, first, listen, white men. We got to shut white women up sometimes. They're just embarrassing. Second of all, this lady here, as she said, is trying to live her dream. She's trying to create her dream project. When you come at somebody with these ridiculous nonsenses, like, so you got to support women and minorities and immigrants, and then you immediately shit on one who's trying to go out and make something of themselves with their own thing, all you are is a retard.
A toxic.
You're a liar.
Yeah, you're a hater.
You're scum. You're a scumbag person. Because what you're doing is you're taking these particular people and their pain, their anguish, their trauma, whatever word you want to use, their experience, their life, and you're using it as a weapon, political weapon against people you dislike.
Right.
You're scum. You're a manipulative piece of shit. That's what you are.
Right.
And I'm glad that she sees through that and is calling that shit out.
Well, because she obviously has some common sense. But Alan here in our chat, the Howl Comics, is a perfect example. Alan is certainly part of our community. And Alan is an absolutely stellar artist. Stellar. And he's even beyond just a good artist. He has his own style. I mean, that's when you're there, right? You recognize an Alan Alonso when you see it, right? And this guy, he's got his own dreams and his things he wants to create, and he's trying to get them done. But here's the thing: if that's the attitude, just because he happens to talk to the wrong people or have people that he interacts with, he's going to be just basically blackballed. That's ridiculous. This guy's, we're talking about Alan here particularly, but incredibly talented person. He deserves all the success in the world.
Yeah.
You know, and he's a good guy too. I've been talking to him for years. It's a good man right there. And he's a very talented person.
And it seems to have upset my Polish friend here just as much as it does me. And it should upset anybody with integrity. When people are like this, I don't care who they are, I don't care what their politics are, when you use other people's plight or perceived plight as a shield or a sword to get what you want, and then discard that or turn it against these very same people when they no longer are beneficial to you or whatever your bullshit is, you are just the lowest type of scum. You really are. There's no way I can insult you enough. You are scum. Yeah. You're a scumbag person. You're not worthy of respect. You're worthy of nothing but scorn. Nothing.
Yeah. No, I understand that. I agree. I wasn't talking about Ethan directly there, Brett. I was talking about Alan, the Howl Comics, right above you in the chat. But yeah, I agree with that as well. But anyway, let's keep going down here because it continues. And she has more to say. This is what you call a rant, I do believe.
Yeah, a bit of a rant. I don't have to agree politically with all my friends. I know progressives, liberals, and conservatives. I have no problem with anybody as long as they are civil. But if someone wants to cut me off just because I'm against a toxic atmosphere of conformity, then good riddance. See, she's far nicer than me. I appreciate that. Chester, because I've said this, I don't want everybody to be as much of a bastard as me.
Yeah.
But I do want people to be able to look at and understand when they're being bullshitted.
Yeah.
When what's happening to them's wrong, I want them to have the courage to say that's wrong. And she has that courage. I appreciate that.
Sorry, Brett.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, so do I. And it's unfortunate because Heather Antos isn't the only loud, noisy one who's going to keep hating, right? Unfortunately, a lot of people under the umbrella of Comicsgate have been bullied and beaten and harangued so much that they have they're just kind of throwing the hate back. They're not taking the other cheek route, and it's unfortunate. She's not really done.
In conclusion, nobody tells me what to do. Nobody controls me. I'm going where I see the positivity and the passion for comics that I never found while in the mainstream. Ooh, and see, that's what really hurts them. And where people don't try to force my obedience and submission. I'm going where I am free. Now, the last bit is what a lot of people would assume bugs them. They don't care about freedom. They don't give a shit about what you perceive as your freedom. They do care, though, about you calling out their fake passion. That's what hurts them.
Yeah.
Because they know that they're supposed to be the arbiters of this thing. They're the gatekeepers. They're the ones standing on the wall, calling out everything, right? They're supposed to be the passionate ones. They're the artists. They're the whatever. at these companies. They're the representatives, right? Their passion is supposed to be this is part of the story. One of the reasons we love Stan Lee, his passion.
Oh
We
my
never
God.
questioned that he loved us or that he loved comic books.
That's
Never. No, never
that
was
is
that a
right.
question.
Yeah.
So when you go at him like that, ooh, that's the nerve. That's the spot. And they know it. And there's nothing she can say to disprove it because everybody knows it.
That's true.
Everybody.
I like this Irene girl.
Me
I
too.
like her attitude. That's a human. That's a human attitude, is what that is.
That's right.
Brett says some great things that did come out of a lot of great things come out of Comicsgate. Was a big fan of Narwhal stuff. I do. I haven't spoken to him in quite a while, but I do like what Narwhal did, and it got me looking for indies outside of just the latter pages of the previous catalog, the previews catalog. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, and I agree 100%. A lot of really cool things came out of it, and like I said, I'm not. I can't. We give Ethan shit that he probably doesn't deserve half of it, to be honest with you. But he, he made a decision just to take care of himself, and okay, that's fine. I think
And in fairness to Ethan, Ethan does have a family
he
and
does,
things like
Mike,
this.
and all those.
So
Yeah,
yeah, so you gotta take what people will do what they're incentivized to do. I had conversations with Ethan about basically what you're talking about, Chester,
yeah,
and he just didn't. From those conversations, he didn't have the incentive to be that guy.
yeah. I get it.
The community didn't give that incentive to him because he was already successful.
Yeah,
And
but yeah,
I get it too, and I actually agree with you. We could have had something better than the image revolution. We could have had
easy,
something huge here.
easy, easy.
Easy. By
But
now, we would have. You remember how Sanderson? I don't even know how much he ended up making, but tens of millions of dollars. We could have had a comic book that made $10 million
we could
by
have.
now.
We could have. Particularly because keep in mind at that time, we were 100,000 strong.
Yep.
That's not nothing, dude. That is not
No.
nothing. And like I said, I get it. He made his choice, and that's fine. My angst, I guess, is coming. It's very similar to what I have towards W. Bush, because after 9/11, we had an opportunity. The world was behind us. We could have turned that other cheek, as is supposed to be the American way, and we could have made a more peaceful world. But we
Yep.
we we didn't. We just "Rah," and that's what we did.
We
And
turned into the penguin. Yeah.
yeah, we did. And Ethan had an opportunity to be the front edge of something, because
Yep.
Ethan will be remembered for all the characters he's created and his amazing art. Of course, he will be, and he should be. But he will never be Todd McFarlane now, and he could have been.
Right. He could have been bigger. I think. I honestly think that.
I think he's got
I know
heart,
that
to
might
be honest
sound
with you.
crazy. Oh yeah, I know that might sound crazy, but I think if, especially that like 2018 time frame, the energy was just insane. Like, I
It
don't
was
think
crazy.
anybody understood. I mean, for crying out loud, there was a time where there was a legitimate chance of pulling people, big names, from the big companies.
Yep.
I mean, we had legends showing up, popping off with your RT Bears, your Doug to Naples, and things,
Dan
just
Fraga.
showing up in here. Dan Fraga showing up, and that energy, yeah, there's still some of it, but it's not like it was. It's just not,
No,
and it's a
unfortunately.
shame
Yeah.
because they could have had so much more. It could have been a huge deal, a cultural force, and now it's just a small little niche internet thing.
Yeah, and I mean, you see how exciting it was. It took my busy ass, and it got me to open up a YouTube channel because everyone's saying I should, so I did, right? And my
Yeah,
initial idea was to bring in the I don't know, I forget why I used to do it myself, and I forget you did it better than I did. But what do you call it? Moderators? Was to bring in a
yeah,
bunch of the moderators in and have a talk amongst the moderators. That's what I originally created the channel for, right?
yeah,
And I did that. But that was the excitement. And I know a lot of people say they're busy, but I am actually busy.
yeah.
But I made the damn time to get in here and talk to people and get involved because I was excited about it, and I still am. Which is why I'm still here. I love talking to you guys. I love getting involved with it. I love talking about comic books because it is a passion of mine. I love comic books. I don't care that I'm 50 years old. That didn't mean shit to me. I love comic books, right?
Hmm.
And I want to support these guys. I know this isn't everybody, but I'm a type of person that I'm very excited to see someone successful. I like to see people get successful and make money. That's cool. I'm not the type that always thinks about me in that regard. I want other people to just be successful, and it's great and exciting when they are.
Yeah,
That's one of that's where Comicsgate hit the wall. We didn't have enough people who thought that way. Yeah,
it became a crab bucket,
it did.
and it didn't need to be.
Nope.
There's the comics market, especially in America alone, is such an untapped market. Manga has filled that void massively.
Though they won. They won the Comicsgate. Manga
Yeah,
won. It's
it-
already done.
yeah, it's
They
over.
won it.
It's done.
So and good for them. It is what it is. But I mean, it's unfortunate. And that's one thing I know I've given Ethan a bunch of shit over the years, and I apologize for half of it because I'm sure half of it isn't even true. But I will say this to Ethan. I'm sure he doesn't listen. He does show up in the chat sometimes. I will say this
Occasionally.
occasionally. I will say this to you, Ethan. You could have been the next Todd McFarlane, dude. You could have been.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway,
That's the shame of it. I could text that to him if you'd like, Chester. I still have his phone number, unless he's changed it. But
if you feel
think I still do.
feel like pissing him off, go right ahead. As if Ethan cares what I have to say.
I don't think Ethan cares what too many people have to say, if we're being honest. Which is a great strength for him, to be honest.
Fair. But here's coming out of Gabe. This is where Gabe decides to insinuate himself into the conversation. And,
oof! Look at Gabe go. I like you. See, me and Gabe would get along just fine.
Probably.
Add Heather Antos. You're an untalented coward and bully. You have not and never will be a comic creator. Ethan Van Sciver and Comicsgate are good folks that have the character to speak the truth about the evil of woke. It's not too late for you to quit humiliating your ancestors. Oh, damn, Gabe!
Damn.
He's going deep!
Damn, dude. Damn. You get him, Gabe. That's where the headline's coming out of this guy. Of course, the headline should have been about Irene here. Well, whatever. He continues though. He goes on a bit of a rant himself, sir. Oh, sorry. Hold on a second.
I see this.
Yeah.
Until you and other woke, he capitalized it, narcissists tell at Marvel and DC Comics to quit paying Vita Ayala, is that what that says? $75 per page, while Greg Rucka got $500 per page in the same month. You don't care about diversity. You care about your ego as you virtue signal and play liberal, quote, liberal savior.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Look at that white girl saved all those brownies. You
she's
go
saving
for
them.
it. I prefer the Celtic brownie, but okay. And more.
We minorities are not, again capitalized, the props for you self-appointed egomaniac liberal saviors to show off how, quote, kind you are. Don't tell me to hate white men. Don't tell me to hate this country or this culture. It gave us all everything we have, you ingrate. Gabe, I like you. Me and Gabe get along just fine. We get along just fine. I can tell.
Just spitting truth, dude.
He's just firing full bore. Pop, 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 pop.
Look at the picture he put on that too. You go, Gabe. You go.
When we told the Japanese what's up. No. And now he says, I don't think he meant to put that apostrophe there. But you want my advice, kid? Leave comics. You're no good at it. People mention you and they never mention great works you've done. They just mention the problems, arguments, and bullying you do. You are the Amber Heard of print comics, always the bully playing victim. I agree with that last line because, yes, that's exactly what Amber Heard was.
Yeah.
But Heather's job isn't. Gabe misunderstands Heather's job. Maybe it's a cultural thing. Maybe he's not as degenerate as the person who hired her. Her job is to walk around and look pretty for the boys. They're not going to out and out say this, but we all know she has no talent. It's not a mystery. It's obvious.
Well,
so why is she there?
In that case, that's true. Her specifically, yeah, that's true.
Yes. Yeah. Now these other people and the other lady, the Polish lady, she clearly has drive and passion and talent. Clearly. So she was in these positions for that specific thing. If you feel betrayed by a person trying to better their career and follow their dream, what you should ask yourself, if you aren't a narcissist, is why didn't they come to me for that help? If it upsets you, first of all, figure out why it upsets you, and second of all, your next question to yourself should be, why was I not the person they turned to?
Yeah, well, because she has nothing to offer. in that regard.
Exactly.
And I
Exactly.
get why he picked Amber Heard. It's more topical. Zoe Quinn would have been a better reference, though.
Yeah.
But anyway, there you go. So once again, Heather Antos insinuating her stuff in something that is not her business. She thinks it is, but it's not.
That's right.
And a couple of people backing her up, a couple of minorities, I guess. But just outrageous. These people who think that they are the arbiter of comic books.
Well, they also think they're just the arbiter of righteousness and morality itself, while simultaneously holding very little of it.
Yeah, that's true. All righty.
Self-righteous.
Let's get into our. We've been on for a long time, so let's get on.
Yeah.
I don't think we really. This is just a little thing. Batman box office beats Doctor Strange 2 for a fourth consecutive week. Of course it did. Now I haven't seen Doctor Strange, but it's going to have things in it I'm not going to like, and some things I'm going to like. I am sure. But the Batman, on the other hand, is straight up a good movie. It's just
It
good.
is. Just simple,
Yeah.
good film. I still say it's the best Batman, specifically Batman movie that I've seen.
Yeah.
It's not the best movie with Batman in it, but it is the best Batman movie I've seen.
Yeah, it's solid. It's a good solid
Yeah.
flick, and it's worth the watch for damn sure. I mean, I give it a good solid 6, 7, 7. Somewhere around
That's
there.
big from Chester.
That is.
I would give it
big.
probably a 7.5, 8.
Mhm.
I think mainly because your interpretation of the Batman and mine, the character, I think it's fine. Insofar as I don't think it's a drawback, because you've said you wish he was more Batman-y, I guess would be the way to put it.
Here's the thing, though. I think the
Mhm.
movie itself is a 6, which for me,
Mhm.
I mean, because I understand that a 5 is average, which is not
Yeah.
bad, right? I think it's a 6. It's a solid 6 movie. I move it up to a 7 for the anticipation because I see what they're going to do.
Right.
And he is going to grow as a character, and that is smart storytelling. So therefore, it's
Yes.
worthy of a 7, right?
Well, we hope he's going to. We'll see
I
what the
know.
next one is. If
I'm
Reeves
confident.
gets his way,
Yeah.
that's what we'll see.
Yeah, I'm confident.
There has been some talk about potential meddling from the studio,
Yeah,
but we'll see what happens.
it made good money. Let him do his thing.
Yeah, and it's still making good money, which is crazy because it's been out for a long time.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, so the last thing we'll do today is we're going to look at a trailer. Go ahead.
The Sandman Netflix unveils trailer, new posters, and the August 5th premiere date. I completely forgot this even existed. It's been so long. We were talking about this 2.5 years ago.
That's true.
Where the hell has this been?
Yeah, well, they've been working on it. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of people who don't like it because Neil Gaiman has been talking about the fact that Sandman's always been woke and he's very happy to woke it up. But you know what? It's his creation. He can do whatever he wants with it because he's directly involved in this. It's not like he just signed off on it. He is directly involved. So there's going to be some changes, some woke changes from the original. It seems, at least that's what Neil said he's doing. But from my point of view, whether I like it or not, it is his project. It's his baby, dude. He can do whatever he wants. It is his thing. Because one of the things we get upset of is people taking other people's stuff and screwing it up. And this is not the case. So I'm going to give it a shot anyway. I might well like it. And to be honest, he's right. Sandman was always woke in a way, in his way. He just knows how to do that right. Just like Garth Ennis we talked about, Grant Morrison, all those guys. They know how to be, woke and tell a story properly. They know how to do it, right? So we're gonna watch it. So here we go.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it does here.
Unfortunately, I have to turn the volume off. You know how they are.
Yeah.
Ooh, we saw a little teaser before. Alrighty. I do like the look of it. It does look clean. I think Sandman's the character choice is good. The actor, he looks good. Look at him, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't look bad at all.
Yeah, it looks good, dude. I think they have made Lucifer a female in this. He's changed it,
Hmm.
which all right. It doesn't. It's not that weird. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch this again with the volume on. I do apologize. You guys know I'll get hit if I turn the volume on. I'll get nailed by the algorithm. But it's a full trailer too. It looks good, dude. I got to check it out. Are you worried by Neil Gaiman's statements?
No, Neil Gaiman is a exceptional writer when he wants to be.
Oh my.
So we'll see what happens here. Genuinely exceptional,
He
like
is.
top tier.
He is.
He wrote probably the best episode of Doctor Who ever made, in The Doctor's Wife. Unfortunately, that episode is the one that started us down the path to a female doctor, but he did write the episode, and it was, aside from that, fantastic.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to check it out, and I hope it's just great cinema. Or sorry, it's going to be a series. I hope it's really really good. I'm looking forward to it. It's coming to Netflix, which is interesting because Netflix desperately needs something good, dude. My God, they are
Yeah.
absolutely floundering, and not a lot of people have kind of got to the point with this culture war, where they're just people have chosen their sides, and it's like the other side can just die and burn and die. I'm, I guess, still in the middle in a way, because I don't want to see Netflix go away. I think it's a very useful venue, particularly for new creators, and it just needs to be used properly. I don't mind that they have things what we would consider progressive and woke. No, the problem is they don't have any of the other side of it. That's the problem. There's no balance.
Well, not only that, they take things that have no place, no business being interpreted that way, and interpret it that way.
Well, that's true.
And then of course they also take things like good anime and turn it into just dog shit.
Right.
There's that problem.
Certainly applied, and that's that is a problem. But I mean, there is also a lot of original content that
Yeah.
is just it's all progressive, and
they do have Cobra Kai, and so far Cobra Kai has avoided the mind virus nearly entirely.
yeah.
If anything, they've made fun of it more than they've embraced
They
it.
have.
So
Cobra
that's
Kai
good.
definitely is tongue in cheek in regards to it.
Yeah.
I mean, but Netflix would do well to have a more balanced thing, because who is paying for your service, right? Mainly moms and dads, right?
Yep.
Mainly mothers and fathers are paying for your service, and they're fine with you having content for their kids, right? But they also would love to be able to use it themselves. I own Netflix, and my kids use it mainly for the anime, to be fair. But because here in Japan, our offering is very different from what you have. But the thing is, I hardly ever find anything that I can watch that is new. The stuff that my wife and I watch is always old stuff, right?
Yeah.
Or Korean drama, which is what she likes, whatever. That I love him, type of stuff. Because the Koreans aren't woke at all, for one, right? And it's sad that it's not sad. They're good for the Koreans because they do make some good movies. But the Japanese, my God, they suck balls, dude.
They're not good. They cannot make a film. I don't know why, but it's just terrible. Their cinema.
And go back to Kurosawa, an amazing filmmaker. Go back to
absolute legend.
Some of the horror stuff that was coming out in the late 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
What happened to the frickin' movie?
I don't know, man. I genuinely don't know, but I've seen some since, and it is just abominable. It's horrid.
Bad.
It's worse than Bollywood.
It is.
It's bad.
And I actually like some of the Bollywood stuff. So it's
Me
really
too.
bad. But I can't stand their music. I'm sorry, India, but your music sucks.
Yeah, their music ain't the best. It's not good. It's unpleasant to the ear, even. It's just not good. Yeah. What are you doing?
And why does everything have to be dancing?
Everything. Everything all the time.
There's a time and place, But Devilish says anyone after Kurosawa knew they couldn't live up to it and gave up. In my opinion,
that's kind of true. Period. He was unbelievable, Kurosawa, just unbelievable.
He innovated movie making.
Yeah. There wouldn't be most of the things people consider classics simply would not exist if he didn't
Yeah,
come before it.
his positioning of the camera and the rigs and
Yeah.
stuff he created for moving cameras around were extremely important to modern movie making. Kurosawa was the real
Yep.
deal. But I'm just saying it is strange because Korea, they are putting out some pretty good stuff. There's actually good storytelling going on
Yep.
there, and they're pumping out at literally billions of things, and most of it is crap, fair, but some of it is good. But Japan just fell down in that regard. Their anime is still pretty solid, but live action, nope,
Yeah.
nope.
No.
Yeah, no. But see, I don't want Netflix to go away. I just want them to improve, right? So
Well, that's going to be an uphill battle because have you seen the people on their board? Oof.
yeah, no, it's a problem. It is. They seem to be trying to clean house, as Alan has reminded us. But anyway,
Hopefully.
we have been going for 4 hours.
It's too long, Chester. What are we doing?
I don't know, but I had fun though. Did you enjoy it today?
Yeah, it's a good show.
Did you like my little?
Unfortunately, our boy Ben, he died. He's gone now.
Aneurysm. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Australia will do that to you. Don't go there. Yeah. But anyway, did you like my little twist on how to do a character spotlight? Or did that?
I did.
Yeah.
It was a good twist there. I think.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was a good show. I think we covered a lot of ground. It was a less contentious show, and still somehow it went 4 hours.
That's okay.
I think that this cultural zeitgeist that we've been living, the clown world stuff, I genuinely think I called it. I think we're nearing. We're in the end game now.
It seems so.
Even guys, you have comic creators out here calling out basically white liberal bitches for being insufferable. That's good. We need more of that.
Well, they went
because they are insufferable.
They've gone.
Yeah,
too far
we're just so tired of hearing you bitch. Just shut up.
No,
just shut. You can. The other option, Chester. There's always. Listen, you have two things you can control in this life. One is just shutting the fuck up.
Yep.
Just shut up.
Yeah,
just don't talk. Just don't do it. Yeah. Just zip. We have an opinion. Just don't say it.
That's true.
That's it.
True.
That's it. That's the breadth and the width of my political. I've decided, Chester. I don't even have politics really. I just hate liberals like that. I hate that kind of liberal. I just can't stand those people. They're insufferable.
Sanctimonious people, yeah.
Oh,
no, I understand. And but because you got to keep in mind, they started really pissing the parents off, which is your mistake. When you mess with people's money and kids, right? They're messing with the money intentionally. Inflation is. Understand that it's really just America that's getting hit with that, right? So they're messing with your money, and then the CRT, they started messing with your kids. Of course, they were doing it before, but it became evident to the wider American populace. And now they're drag queening your kids. Oh, dude, they stepped way over it.
Yeah.
And it's you're gonna burn. Anyway, take us out of here, dude.
I'll take us out of here with a simple one in honor of Comics Gabe, as it's been dubbed by the chat. # Comics Gabe.
Yep.
On occasion, brutality is just another form of beauty. Virtue is not exactly gentle.
Ooh, that is true. Namaste. Later, everybody.
Bye.